Wie bitte? Ich hab Bock, ja.
Un gesto puede despertar tu felicidad. Podemos sentir amor a través de una fragancia. Un pequeño detalle tiene un valor incalculable. ¿Y si pudiéramos despertar el alma de las cosas poniendo toda nuestra pasión, todos nuestros sentimientos en ello? Bienvenido al lugar donde todo tiene alma. Meliá Hotels and Resorts. Soul Matters.
Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. We offer the latest rental gear. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
I had a secret. Beaches, beaches, and more beaches. Wild and unspoiled nature. Experiences. Sensations. Stories. Taste. Fuerteventura is my secret. Shh.
Here, everything is designed with you in mind. From our distinctive private areas to our most privileged suites, where light and colours evoke a distinctive sense of peace. Step into another world with The Level. Book now, melia.com.
Olvídate del reloj. En esta isla no hay plazos, sino momentos. Esta es la isla de los horizontes. Y tu única tarea, coleccionar atardeceres, pasar tiempo con los tuyos, contar estrellas fugaces, Puedes estar aquí en un instante y saborear la quietud de sus días. Llenar esos días de historia. Un cielo azul sin límites, donde el mar es puerta y no barrera. Que guía tus pasos a lugares recónditos, siguiendo el arrullo de las olas. Haz las maletas. La isla quiere que vuelvas. Fuerteventura, abierto todo el año.
The Fuerteventura World Cup looks back on a long tradition. World speed records in windsurfing have been set. Legendary slalom races held. And freestyle world champions have been crowned. In kiteboarding, we have seen hang time records. We have seen incredible strapless tricks. As well as exhilarating kiteboarding freestyle world championships. And just like the sporting part of the event, the evening parties have become legendary. For the 35th anniversary, windsurfers will compete in the disciplines of freestyle and slalom, with men and women alike as part of the PWA World Tour. For the first time, the wingfoilers of the GWA World Tour will carry out their competitions at the Fuerteventura World Cup. They will also compete in two disciplines, free fly slalom and surf freestyle.
attention riders, latest win information, 12 to 19 on the starting line, 12 to 19 on the starting line. So the next announcement is in 5 minutes. Be prepared.
Right, because I was like, I usually don't have a problem being in the sun, but now I had the urge to go into the shadow like 5 times already.
Okay, attention, riders from heat number 1. The run starts in 15 minutes. 15 minutes to the red flag. So, Cooper, Jimmy, Stallman, Van der Heuvel, Everard, Udo, Pettifer, and Zukos, please go on the water. We're going to start in 15 minutes.
She's so badass.
Yeah,
She's
17
so young,
minutes
and
to the
sisters also.
red flag.
And I'm just imagining how they're like looking up to her so much. You know, like she's, for us, it's like she's such a young girl, but she's like the older
Stallman,
sister
Van
for
der
them.
Heuvel, Everard, Udo, Pettifer, and Zukos.
Yeah, that's awesome. I bet she's a rock star for the sisters.
To me, it seems like it. When the week before, when I was sailing and it was wavy, she was proper winging and riding the waves, and I'm like, fuck, she looks so badass. So I imagine for the sister.
Oh, it's she is. It's a hair bear bunch.
Today I actually combed my hair. Can you tell the difference? It's so,
Wow.
it's so
So
fluffy.
fluffy, it is.
Yeah, no more frizz. But the salt water
Look
makes
at
it
you
very
two.
frizz.
This fucking needs to have a hair
His
off.
hair, if you comb his hair,
Yeah.
it will be
I
way
think you
bigger
two
than
need to have a hair off.
I already know I'm gonna
Okay, start
I've
move.
heard there's a lot of
Good
sharks.
reading. 12 to 19. We'll talk to
Yeah,
some
I saw-
sails
I
flying on the
saw
beach.
Oda's one, but then I
12 to
just said
19.
it's
It's a good from there.
Yeah, that's what he just
Yesterday
said.
I was flying, I was actually looking for sharks. I wanted to get one
Like
of
that
those cool
video.
shark videos.
I don't know if it's a lot of sharks or it's the same one.
He's just taking the piss.
It's a hammerhead every time.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a breeding ground at the top of the island. Yeah, where there's an island becoming a Gordon. That's where there's a breeding ground. That's what they say. Or so it says in my comments.
Pretty far off and that's
Yeah, but it's not that far for a fish. For a shark. They said that in Maui. They said, oh yeah, but the sharks are only on the other side of the island. I'm like, that far to swim if you're a shark. Well, it's like that in Musenberg in South Africa. They're like, oh, it's gone. You're like, it's a fish. It could be over there and come back. You know what I mean?
just behind the coral.
is 12 to 19 at the starting area. We're gonna start at 12:15. Heat number 1 obviously has to be ready. You are the first guys going. So we can hear Jimmy. Bobby Stallman. Mr. Flutter Hervel. Thomas. Shane Everard. Akira Kudo. Simon Pittsburgh and the Johnson Claus, you are number 1. About 14 minutes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, super high. Yeah, it was good. Agreed inside of yeah, no worries, I knew I was
Welcome to Fuerteventura!
Welcome to day number 3 here in Sotavento Beach. We are on. We do have lighter winds today. Will that throw up some interest in the results? We've got about 12 to 19 knots. Oh, 11 to 17 knots. There you go. It's on the screen. Like I said, there's a few people running around putting different front wings on, having a little mess around. It's definitely going to be foil weather out there. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a little recap of what we had going on yesterday. I think it's an amazing recap, 6 minutes long. Let's play that, get you in the mood. Let's get it on. Welcome to day number 2 here in Fuerteventura. After an epic day of action on the water yesterday, we are ready. Although there is a bit of clouds in the sky. They need to clear up, but then we'll be full into slalom. This is the who's who of foil windsurfing right now. Maciej Rakowski pushes down to the bottom, and it's a really flipping close start there. Coming into the first mark, it is going to be Nico Goya rounding first. Amado Vriespijk, Maciej Rakowski, the beast, then Marotti, then Iachino, then Mortafon. Wow. Nico Goya keeps it together. Look at Johan So, he's pushing his team rider. Nico Goya wins that elimination. Amado Vriespijk second. It will be Maciej Rakowski in third. It looks like there's a few people who are a little bit early and they've had to really slow up, and it's going to be a kind of snail. So Sarah Kita rounding first, Jenna Gibson in second, Blanca Alabao staying out of trouble. It's Sarah Kita Offringa looking very good right now. Blanca Alabao has not given much to go on, but Jenna Gibson is coming. So it is official. Sarah Kita wins that elimination. Blanca Alabao in second, Jenna Gibson in third. Okay, let's get warmed up for this final. This is a big one. This is when the discard comes in. And it's a great shot.
What a start.
What a start from Beck. It is going to be Nicholas Goya going round in first place. He's turned it on for the final, and it is so close. Amado Vriespijk is pushing now. One of the Pride boys just went down so hard. Nico Goya leads in, and the beast's gone down. Oh, no, he hasn't. Oh, my God, how did he manhandle that thing? Look at the German go. He wants the win. Michel Becker going for his first ever win on the World Cup. He's got Nicholas Goya behind him, 41 knots in his pocket. He is not backing out, and Nico Goya is not backing out, and Nico Goya is not giving up, and he is now retaking the lead. But in the end, it's Nicholas Goya that takes the fourth elimination. What a race. Michel Becker takes second, Amado Vriespijk in third, the beast Johan So in fourth, and then Matteo Giacchino in 5th place. The start of the women's final. Gibson on the fin, Sarah Kita on the fin, Blanca Alabao obviously on the foil.
But it's actually Sarah Kita trying to get that low line.
She doesn't want to get anything. She's staying out of trouble.
I did not expect that one, to be really honest.
Little moment there. Sarah Kita is absolutely flying out in the front, and we've got that battle going on between Blanca Alabao and Jenna Gibson. 2nd place is Jenna Gibson as she goes into the inside. Good jibe from Jenna Gibson. Can she hold off the foil? The win is almost secured, but a good jibe from Blanca Alabao goes underneath on the foil. Sarah Kita will win this elimination, but Jenna Gibson might have a chance now. I think she might have got it.
I am checking here from the line instead of on the screen like you do, and I actually think Jenna got it.
Wow! There we go. That's the start. Looks like it's a good start, and it is a good start for Nico Preen in the middle. It's a good start for Bruno Martini. Look at the difference in speed. He is toasting right now. Jesus rep. It's going to be Nico Goya coming into this first mark in 1st place. It is. So Nico Goya round in 1st. Matteo Giacchino, he's looked good today in 2nd place. Nico Goya's getting a wobble. They're all big bits of spray coming off Bruno Martini, but he's managed to hold it together. Bruno Martini still in 2nd, a little bit wayward. Matteo Giacchino, no, he pushed too hard. Nico Preen's gone down. It's going to be Nico Goya who will be leading this event here, or will he? Because Johan So is going to go into 2nd place. Johan So gets 2nd. Nico Goya wins it. Bruno Martini just makes it over the line. Just one final in this round, and this is it. Sarah Kita up that top end on the Neil Pride, and it looks like the green flag has stayed raised, so it's a good start. So Sarah Kita jibing behind Blanca. Good jibe from Blanca Alabao. Blanca Alabao looks solid though. She looks really comfortable right now and leading this race. So Blanca Alabao slowing up as she comes into the mark. Sarah Kita is not slowing up. Drives to the inside, and there we go. Blanca with a mistake. She's not in a bad position to water start straight up. It looks to me like it's going to be Sarah Offringa taking the last victory on day number 2 here in Sotavento Beach in Fuerteventura. Been crazy. Way! Lovely little airtime at the end. Blanca Alabao finishes with a good couple of results at the end of today. Okay, we do have Nicolas Goya though on the beach for an interview, so this should be an interesting one.
I felt like the day was really fast because like my 2 first runs were clearly like close to my best speed, like 39.8 both, and then like 4th run, like just like I took the gas. I didn't really feel it. Just like I saw the water, I was like, what? And it was just like we just went for it, and it was just amazing. So yeah, it just feels good. After so many years of trying to do it and now achieving this goal, that's a big achievement.
So we are going to have an interview with Sarah Kita. I think we're going to have a few of these over this week.
Yeah, it just feels amazing because to win a race is always special. In these conditions, I was surprised how Blanca was holding on to the lead. I guess she fell in at the 2nd mark, so I could kind of capitalize on that. But still, I was surprised she was catching up. So for me, this morning I made a pretty bad mistake that I didn't even finish. I didn't make the finish line, so I just wanted to stay consistent and do well. And getting the win is like a cherry on top.
So there we go. That was day 2. What a day. Some massive crashes, some thrills, spills, and a dominant performance from Nico Goya. 3 wins out of 3. He now leads this event in Fuerteventura. And the young Dane, Johan So, in 2nd place. A good performance for him. And 3rd place, Amado Vriesvik. He was actually leading this event midway through the day, but after a disappointing finish there with a big crash, he ended up in the runners-up final. In the women, another good day on the water for Sarah Offringa. She had the speed from the get-go, and she has now got a massive lead at the top. But the other places, it is so tight. Justine Lemetier, Marion Mortefont and Blanca Alabao are just 1 point separating all the riders for the podium places. So there we go. We are set for day number 3. It looks like we're going to get more of the same tomorrow. So join us on the PWA World Tour for more crazy slalom action.
Okay, so there you go. Like I said, that's leading into day 3, and we are on day 3. We have some lighter breezes today. We will see some bigger sails, some bigger foils. Will that mean we see different riders at the front of the fleet? Nico Goya yesterday, absolutely dominant. Won 3 out of 3. You just watched him racing, and he had that extra bit of speed. And when you've got extra speed on the race course, we've seen it for years with Bjorn Dunkerbeck, Anton Albo. You know, you can control the race. You haven't got to push every point of sailing. You haven't got to push the start because you have that extra bit of gas. And he looked so comfortable yesterday. So that is why he is leading this event so far. A couple of mistakes on the first day, but yesterday just 3 bullets has put him in the lead. He's only in the lead by 0.9 though. Remember that. Yes, he had a dominant performance yesterday, but if he's not going to get it together today, Johan So, 0.9 behind. Really close. Amado Vrieswijk has definitely showed signs that in the lighter airs, he could be a challenger. Maciej Rakowski, obviously, yesterday made some mistakes. And I'll tell you what, well, it's interesting there. Matteo Iachino, he's actually on 21 points. Looks a bit different on there. But Matteo Iachino, looked comfortable yesterday on bigger foil gear. Will he be challenging Bruno Martini, Pierre Morton, Becker as well? Had a really good day yesterday. And let's not forget, Enrico Marotti. He's not got it together in this event so far, but he could be the one causing some problems as they come through. And then we've got to go to the women, because the leader of the women at the moment is Sarah Keita by some way, but we have lighter winds today. It definitely looks like foil weather. It doesn't look like fin weather. So will that be a problem? Will that cause us some issues? They're already nearing the maximum races they can do. I think they've done, did someone say they've done 11 races? That can't be right, but they can only do a maximum of 15. So there's not many extra races they can do. So keep your eye on that. Sarah Keita surely has too big a lead to lose go. But if these lighter airs, she's finishing in 5th and 6th, well, that could definitely make it all kind of wide open. And the fight in the women is obviously for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Jenna Gibson just outside of that at the moment, but Justine Lemaitre, we know how fast she is in these lighter airs. I'm expecting her to have a couple of bullets today and maybe move up. At the moment, she's in 3rd place, but equal points with Blanca Alabau, the Pozo champion and reigning tour leader, and only 1 point behind Marion Mortafon. Like I say, Gibson 22nd. She's pretty quick on the foil as well. So that is all to sort of play out and see today. Offringa has a comfortable lead, but, and there is some big buts, they're only doing 2 eliminations today, and that could help Offringa. Let's see how it plays out. So first up, we're going to elimination number 6, is it for the guys? Yep, 6. Yellow flag is up on the boat and we'll be going for the first heat, which is Hooper, TMA, Storman, Van der Heuvel, Everard, Kudu, Pettifer and Sokus from Greece. Now, the guys on the fins now are going to struggle. It's not a secret. In this type of wind, it's foil weather. I don't think Jimmy Tieme, has he got a foil? Maybe he has. If he has, he better get it out because he's going to need it. Pettifer, has he got a foil? Who else is in there? Storm will definitely be on the foil. We'll have to wait and see. We will have to wait and see. That is a fast look he's got going on there. Look at that. That looks fast. Those glasses are fast. You got to have speed goggles. Anyone remember Fred Hayward back in the day? Speed goggles. That's what it was all about back in the 80s. Here we go. Alexander Kuzan and Nico Goya. Obviously Nico Goya leading the event at the moment. Fully GPS'd up. He never goes anywhere without his GPS. He is a GPS king. 41 knots he's done on the foil. That is insane. And that was one day before this competition. So pretty crazy. We're coming up to the start. This is the early round. This is kind of the first round. It stands alone. It's going to be a pretty cruisy affair, but it helps us warm up into the quarterfinals. Top 4 go through to the quarters. They all get distributed into 4 different heats. So first goes into one heat, second goes into another, third, fourth, whatever. It gets spread out in those quarterfinals. So we do have a start, and we are up and running. So it's going to be a pretty light one. There we go. Pretty cruising through. It looks already pretty spread out already, and it looks like Jimmy Tieme is maybe still on the fin. He is die-hard fin rider. And it looks like the top 3 are already got a nice little lead going on. So we'll try and work out who's who. I'm guessing Hooper is, Hooper is at the front. Then we've got Stallman by the looks of it. We've got the other Gastra rider, which is that Kudu? Maybe it's Kudu from Japan on the other Gastra. And then we've got Jimmy Tieme. He's, it's light winds, but it's not that light. He's doing, he looks like he's going okay. I think we've got Everard on the Neil Pride. So Hooper round in first place. Stallman from the UK in second. I think we got Kudu from Japan in third. And then it looks like Everard overtaking Jimmy Tieme. And then we've got Soukos from Greece in sixth place at the moment. So Hooper looking pretty solid. Like I say, early rounds. So Hooper looking solid, Stallman looking good. Kudu and I think Everard would be my guess looking at the results. Looking at the heat standings. They're the guys who you'd expect to be up there. So Hooper leading. Then we've got Stallman, Kudu, Everard. Jimmy Tieme has definitely not given up just yet, but I just can't see how he's going to make much ground on the other guys. Although, have they dropped off the foil? If they have, that would make a difference, but doesn't look like it. It's going to be a pretty easy win for William Hooper. Just cruising through. He was leading the event after day one, and now he's actually in the very first round. So kind of an interesting turn of events, really. Stallman from the UK. Solid race from him. Into the quarterfinals. And then, who else have we got? We have got, I think it's Kudu and Everard from Belgium, and Jimmy Tieme just behind. So there we go. Nice relaxing heat to kick things off. There's going to be obviously a little short break now, unless they're going into women's, but I'm guessing it's going to be a short break while we get the guys back up to the start. Yeah, so that looks like it is. So it's heat 1, then we have a short break, and then 2 to 7. Then we've got women's final, and then men runners-up final. Just looking at the comments, we got Paul Van Bellen tuning in. We've got Basha, Billy tuning in as well. Miguel, we got everyone tuning in. Pavel, Miguel. So like I say, we're going to have a little bit of a relaxing one. There we go. He looks pretty solid, doesn't he, Hooper? Yeah, this news, I'm just looking at Storm Windsurf saying Tati on the fin for sure. He is. He has only got, I think, a 116 and a 7.0. So he is going to be up against it. He said, Ben, I'll see you in an hour. So we might be getting Tati Frowns in on the commentary. Obviously, it is going to be a bit of a different day to what we've seen other days. It's going to be interesting to see how you guys like the foiling in this wind. How are we going to see as an exciting races? We're probably not going to see those crazy crashes, but you've got to remember, a lot of the guys will be taking bigger stuff. So if we get those big gusts, if we get that, you know, the wind comes up halfway through a heat, we might see some crazy races as well. It's definitely interesting to see people's outlook on the racing change throughout the week, because we have had some epic battles, 100%. I mean, you've seen the footage, you've been watching it. Be very, very interesting. And now we're coming to like a bit where a lot of the guys will be on their stuff they've been training on over the winter. So they are very used to their bigger foiling gear. This is what they've trained on. This is what they've registered for this type of wind, you know, and that might change the results a bit. It's going to be interesting. Does, you know, the guys on the smaller gear, will they have that advantage now? Are they just as good on their bigger gear? Or will the guys that are kind of in between gear now come into the mix a lot more? There we go. Got spectators tuning in. They look happy, look like they're living the dream right there. He definitely looks like he's living the dream, that bloke.
Okay, so
We got Paul asking Paul Van Bellen, does he think the DJI Inspire 3 would be good for windsurfing events? Interesting question. I know from speaking to Johannes in Pozo that the Mavic 3 drone was maxing out on the reaches. Like, I would say an extra 5 knots on a Mavic 3 would be absolutely perfect bit of kit, because once you're kind of level with them, you haven't got that extra bit of throttle to kind of get yourself in position, and you kind of having to go with them, because it's about 35 knots from what I can understand is kind of top speed of a Mavic 3, and that's kind of the top speed around about of the foil. So to be able to get yourself in perfect position, you need to be faster than the thing you're filming. So obviously the Inspire 3 could do that, but it's obviously a much bigger drone, and you definitely won't want one of those things hitting you. But it's an interesting one. We're going to see lots of changing, I'm sure, in drones over the years to come, and it definitely wouldn't surprise me if we see that Mavic 3 style of drone get faster. We'll see. We will see. So we're just waiting for the kickoff of the quarterfinals. Stream Factory says it will be overkill using DJI Inspire 3. I mean, the Mavic 3 is definitely got everything it needs. Just a bit more speed, I think, would be ideal for this type of racing. Not that I'm into drones. Mine's quite dead at the moment. Someone crashed it. No mentioning no names. What is a DJI Inspire 3? It's about 25 grand's worth of drone as far as I'm aware. So it's quite an expensive bit of kit. Bigger. I think you can operate it with 2 people. It's faster. But they were talking about putting an Inspire 2 up, but the problem is the battery, they said in this wind, would only last about 10 minutes, 8 to 10 minutes, which obviously is a bit of a nightmare, whereas the Mavic 3's got a much bigger battery. Here we go. Goya's largest front wing will be 475. It'll be interesting to see if the lighter winds. I mean, 475 for him. We're saying it's light winds. It's not really light winds. It's still windy. So I would imagine 475 for him will be, big enough. This is kind of the wind I would have guessed. I'm not, I'm obviously not super technical with that side of it, but I think that will be fine. The problem would be if it got very light winds. But even then, he'd probably be okay, as long as you've got speed. So racing is delayed from what we've reading. Obviously, they're just waiting for this quarterfinals. There's Mr. John Sokas. I'm obviously butchering his name, but that's what I do. It's my MO. Yeah, sorry, bit of drone speak for anyone who's interested. And not that I'm very droney, but I've definitely been doing a little bit of research recently. Just interested because it's just such an amazing tool for windsurfing, and it gives, wherever you are on the beach, everyone knows filming windsurf is not easy. A lot of the action happens out to sea, and that's what the drone is bringing to the game. It brings that real, you look at Paul Van Bellen stuff from Fiji. A reef in the middle of nowhere with no solid base to put a camera or a tripod, and you're getting some amazing shots. It's pretty special. There's Mr. Simon Pettifer. So, waiting. Okay, so the AP flag is up on the boat, so while we're waiting to work out what is going on, we're going to cut to some action. Welcome to day number 2 here in Fuerteventura after an epic day of action on the water yesterday. We are ready, although there is a bit of clouds in the sky. They need to clear up, but then we'll be full into slalom. This is the who's who of foil windsurfing right now. Maciej Rakowski pushes down to the bottom, and it's a really flipping close start there. Coming into the first mark, it is going to be Nico Goya round in first. Amado Vriespijk, Maciej Rakowski, the beast, then Marotti, then Iachino, then Mortafon. Wow. Nico Goya keeps it together. Look at Johan So. He's pushing his team rider. Nico Goya wins that elimination. Amado Vriespijk second. It will be Maciej Rakowski in third. It looks like there's a few people who are a little bit early and they've had to really slow up, and it's going to be a kind of snail. So Sarah Kita round in first, Jenna Gibson in second, Blanca Alabao staying out of trouble. It's Sarah Kita Offringa looking very good right now. Blanca Alabao has not given much to go on, but Jenna Gibson is coming. So it is official. Sarah Kita wins that elimination. Blanca Alabao in second, Jenna Gibson in third. Okay, let's get warmed up for this final. This is a big one. This is when the discard comes in. It's a great shot.
What a start.
What a start from Beck. It is going to be Nicholas Goya going round in first place. He's turned it on for the final, and it is so close. Amado Vriespijk is pushing now. One of the Pride boys just went down so hard. Nico Goya leads it, and the beast's gone down. Oh, no, he hasn't. Oh my God, how did he manhandle that thing? Look at the German go, he wants the win. Michel Becker going for his first ever win on the World Cup. He's got Nicolas Goya behind him, 41 knots in his pocket. He is not backing out, and Nico Goya is not backing out, and Nico Goya is not giving up, and he is now retaking the lead. But in the end, it's Nicolas Goya that takes the fourth elimination. What a race. Michel Becker takes second, Amado Vrieswijk in third, the Beast Johan So in fourth, and then Matteo Giacchino in fifth place. The start of the women's final. Gibson on the fin, Sarah Kita on the fin, Blanca Alabau obviously on the foil.
But it's actually Sarah Kita trying to get that low line.
She doesn't want to get anything. She's staying out of trouble.
I did not expect that one, to be really honest.
Little moment there. Sarah Kita is absolutely flying out in the front, and we've got that battle going on between Blanca Alabau and Jenna Gibson. Second place is Jenna Gibson as she goes into the inside. Good jibe from Jenna Gibson. Can she hold off the foil? The win is almost secured, but a good jibe from Blanca Alabau goes underneath on the foil. Sarah Kita will win this elimination, but Jenna Gibson might have a chance now. I think she might have got it.
I am checking here from the line instead of on the screen like you do, and I actually think Jenna got it.
Wow. There we go. That's the start. Looks like it's a good start, and it is a good start for Nico Preen in the middle. It's a good start for Bruno Martini. Look at the difference in speed. He is toasting right now. Jesus rep. It's going to be Nico Goya coming into this first mark in first place. It is. So Nico Goya round in first. Matteo Giacchino, he's looked good today, in second place. Nico Goya's getting a wobble. They're all big bits of spray coming off Bruno Martini, but he's managed to hold it together. Bruno Martini still in second, a little bit wayward. Matteo Giacchino, no, he pushed too hard. Nico Preen's gone down. It's going to be Nico Goya who will be leading this event here, or will he? Because Johan So is going to go into second place. Johan So gets second. Nico Goya wins it. Bruno Martini just makes it over the line. Just one final in this round, and this is it. Sarah Kita up that top end on the Neil Pride, and it looks like the green flag has stayed raised, so it's a good start. So Sarah Kita jibing behind Blanca. Good jibe from Blanca Alabau. Blanca Alabau looks solid though. She looks really comfortable right now and leading this race. So Blanca Alabau slowing up as she comes into the mark. Sarah Kita is not slowing up. Drives to the inside, and there we go. Blanca with a mistake. She's not in a bad position to water start straight up. It looks to me like it's going to be Sarah Kita Offringa taking the last victory on day number 2 here in Sotavento Beach in Fuerteventura. Bit crazy. Way! Lovely little airtime at the end. Blanca Alabau finishes with a good couple of results at the end of today. Okay, we do have Nicolas Goya though on the beach for an interview, so this should be an interesting one.
I felt like the day was really fast because like my two first runs were clearly like close to my best speed, like 39.8 both, and then like fourth run, like just like I took the gust. I didn't really feel it. Just like I saw the watch, I was like, what? And it was just like we just went for it, and it was just amazing. So yeah, it just feels good after so many years of trying to do it, and now achieving this goal. That's a big achievement.
So we are going to have an interview with Sarah Kita. I think we're going to have a few of these over this week.
Yeah, it just feels amazing because to win a race is always special. In these conditions, I was surprised how Blanca was holding on to the lead. I guess she fell in at the second mark, so I could kind of capitalize on that. But still, I was surprised she was catching up. So for me, this morning I made a pretty bad mistake that I didn't even finish. I didn't make the finish line, so I just wanted to stay consistent and do well. And getting the win is like a cherry on top.
So there we go. That was day 2. What a day. Some massive crashes, some thrills, spills, and a dominant performance from Nico Goya. 3 wins out of 3. He now leads this event in Fuerteventura, and the young Dane Johan So in second place. A good performance for him. And third place, Amado Vrieswijk. He was actually leading this event midway through the day, but after a disappointing finish there with a big crash, he ended up in the runners-up final. In the women, Another good day on the water for Sarah Offringa. She had the speed from the get-go, and she has now got a massive lead at the top. But the other places, it is so tight. Justine Lemaitre, Marion Mortefont and Blanca Alabau are just 1 point separating all the riders for the podium places. So there we go. We are set for day number 3. It looks like we're going to get more of the same tomorrow. So join us on the PWA World Tour for more crazy slalom action. Okay, so you have joined us. We are in day 3, but the problem is the wind at the moment is not playing ball. They've actually just sent the sailors back to the beach, so the Z flag is up on the committee boat. Insufficient wind on the run-up, far too gusty, makes for the start line to be unfair, and that's not what we want when we've had so many good races so far. So that is how we're looking, but I know there's so many of you out there watching. I know you want to see some action, but I think what was a good thing to do, we've already got it lined up, but we've got from the semi-finals yesterday of the men. We're just going to play it as it was live yesterday. If you missed it, well, it's good news for you. If you saw it, it's a good chance to have another look at it. Get yourself in the mood, because no doubt about it, we'll be getting wind later and we'll be coming straight back with live action. So I'll leave you with the live from yesterday, and we'll be back after that to hopefully bring you some good news and some live action from today. Crew who covered in Lake Garda as well. So, you know, different events pose different problems and better things, and certain locations are easier to do certain things. But yeah, but I would agree, the coverage we're getting now, I love the interviews on the beach. That is what we want to see. We want to hear from the sailors straight out of the water. I mean, in an ideal world, I'd have a bit bigger gap and we'd get them literally as they come in. They're told to come straight in, fighting or not, but you know what I mean, it's difficult because we need to put the races in. We've got 2 different fleets, there's different parts of the beach to come in, so the guys are doing a great job. We've got the men's winners final coming up. It will be the last heat of the day, and then we will be finished for day number 2. We'll be back at I think it's 11 o'clock first possible start tomorrow, or did I see that right? Maybe 11:30 first possible start tomorrow. 11:30 first possible start tomorrow. So one more heat, the final of the men. Let's tell you who's in the final, shall we? We've got Maciej Rakowski, Mortefont, Preen, Becker, Martini, Goya, Giacchino, So. Pretty stacked. Who stands to gain the most? Well, I would say Nicholas Goya and Johan So. Whoever beats who out of this within reason will probably be leading this event after day number 2. Maciej Rakowski also has a chance if he were to win it, and Goya, let's say, was 3 places behind him or 4 places behind him, he also could take the lead. Matteo Giacchino as well. So there's 4 points separating 5th from 2nd, and obviously Amado Vrieswijk has just put in an 8th place. So if he will have 16 points after this. Matteo, if he wins, could have 14.7. Maciej, if he wins, could have 14.4. Nicholas Goya, if he wins, could have 11.3 or 11.1, sorry. And Johan So could have 11.7, 10.7. So it's going to come down to who finishes where, but times are tight at the top of this, and it is definitely exciting. Let's get it on. So the black sail, Johan So, 0.7 FMX Racing. The Beast, as he's known. I will be calling him the Beast. Michel Becker, could he get his first win on the PWA Tour? I mean, Nicholas Goya, fastest man on a foil in the world on GPS, 41 knots the other day here in Sotavento. Maciej Rakowski, current tour leader, last year's world champion. Becker challenging with the other German, Nico Preen, down this bottom end with Maciej Rakowski. We've got Bruno Martini, and then we've got Matteo Iachino, the Italian, pushing down this bottom end as well. It looks pretty tightly bunched down here. And up the top end, we've got Pierre Mortefon, almost on his own up there. There we go. That's the start. Looks like it's a good start, and it's a good start for Nico Preen in the middle. It's a good start for Bruno Martini also in the middle. The two Neil Pride sticking out. Mortefon's had a pretty good start. Then we've got Nico Goya. Look at the speed of Nico Goya though on the Phantom. Look at the difference in speed. He is toasting right now. Jesus repped. How quick is he going? But down the bottom end, don't keep your eyes off Matteo Iachino, because he's no slouch. He's also putting the speed in, but I think it's going to be Nico Goya coming into this first mark in first place. It is. So Nico Goya round in first. Matteo Iachino, he's looked good today, in second place. Then we've got Bruno Martini, I think it is. So battle of the Italians. We've got Nico Preen in the mix as well. A bit further back, Mortefon, and then the Beast having a fight. Out in front though, Nico Goya. Bruno Martini, he is not backing down. The Italian is not going to back down until his dying breath, no doubt about it. But Nico Goya looks very controlled at the front of the fleet. Could he win this fifth elimination? Nico round in first. Second place, Bruno Martini. Then Matteo Iachino. Then we've got Nico Preen. Then Michelle Becker. Then Johan So. Then Maciej Rakowski, really pretty deep at the moment with Pierre Mortefon. Ooh, little touchdown from Bruno. Everything is good though. Nico Goya's getting a wobble. They're all big bits of spray coming off Bruno Martini, but he's managed to hold it together. Some big gusts coming through. How did Bruno hold that? Keep your eye on the whole pack, because they could go down at any moment. It's brutal out there right now. But coming into this third jibe mark, it's Nico Goya round in first. Bruno Martini still in second, a little bit wayward. Matteo Iachino, oh! No, he pushed too hard. Nico Preen's gone down. Bruno's still standing. Matteo Iachino, he did push hard. Bruno did well to stay on, and I'm glad he did, because it would have been unfair to see Bruno go down. But the Beast now pushing Bruno. The two beasts going head to head. We've got the Danish Beast versus the Italian Beast, but up in the front, the French master living the dream right now, cruising out in the front. Nico Goya looking oh so comfortable. Bruno Martini and Johan So. And I tell you what, Maciej Rakowski has got all his way back up to fourth place. Great racing from the Polish rider. And you never know how much these places will mean at the end of the week in the overalls. But then Bruno's gone so wide now. Bruno has just gone off on a downwind mission. He got a crazy gust. He lost control, but he is still standing. He is still standing, but at the front it's going to be Nico Goya who will be leading this event here, or will he? Because Johan So is going to go into second place. Johan So gets second, Nico Goya wins it, Bruno Martini just makes it over the line. Maciej Rakowski does well to get back up to fourth, then Becker, then Mortefon, then we've got Matteo Iachino, and I'm not sure where Nico Preen is, but I think he's going to cross the line very soon. What a crazy race that was. I'm losing my voice. I don't know if I could do 3 more days of this. Oh my God. So let's just go through the results, because it will be close now. Johan So will have 12 points. Nico Goya will be leading the event with 11.1 points. So Johan So in second, Nicolas Goya in first. Third place will probably be Maciej Rakowski. It could have been Matteo Iachino. Bruno Martini, fair play. He's still in the mix. What a great race that was. Crazy. Oh, wow, that was Nico Preen in the middle, but Bruno Martini, you couldn't see it on every shot, but he had a few moments of sheer terror out there and somehow managed to ride it out. Pretty crazy. So this was pretty close here. This is when Bruno, he lost it and he went so far off like that. It happened twice actually on the last reach as well. Managed to ride that out, which was impressive. And here's, look at this, Bruno and Matteo Iachino. Oh, Bruno, what a beast. He just sailed through him. He's like, no, I am not going down. That was solid from Bruno. Oh, fair play. Really deserved to stay on there. It definitely wasn't his fault. Came around the last jibe mark. I mean, I'm not mentioning Nico Goya because he just looked so composed. All the action was in second with Bruno. And he went a bit crazy on this run as well. And that was when Johan So got past him. Good race though. Nico Goya is now leading the event after 5 eliminations. Johan So, 19 years old, in second. Okay, so we're back. There we go. That was like a replay of the men's finals yesterday, and there was some interesting antics at that second to last mark. Maciej Rakowski, Nico Preen. That was definitely looked at for dangerous sailing from what I've heard. And then obviously the two Italians, Bruno Martini and Matteo Iachino, having a little bit of a coming together. But you guys are in luck, because I tell you what, we next got the women's final, but we've also got the women's leading woman at the moment. Yeah, Sarah Kita is in the house. There she is.
What's up?
There she is.
Good morning, everyone.
So she's in the house, and we're going to watch that women's final. We're going to have maybe a talk through it, because
Let's do it.
I think it's really good to hear the sailors' kind of opinion from what it's like. You know, as we're going through the race, you can tell us what you were feeling at that point and how it feels, because I know I've chatted to you a bit about it, and it's a really interesting take. When you look at it out there, it doesn't always give the same feelings as what it's like as a rider.
I mean, I think it's the same feeling throughout the whole race. It's just like, hook in, hold on, and yeah, just go for it, literally. And the thing is, like, I feel like in this contest, I've been ahead quite a couple of times,
Yeah.
but there's not a single moment that you can relax a bit, because the foilers are always on your tail.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone who doesn't know, Sarah Kita has been on the fin every race.
Yeah.
And it's been tricky. I mean, maybe let's watch the final, and you could talk us through certain areas of the course where you find it more difficult, you know, where you think you've got an advantage.
I'm giving away all my secrets in that case.
Yeah, exactly. Well, then maybe they're not listening, are they?
I hope not. Which race are we talking about?
Well, that's a good point. Let's have a look. I think it's the last final of yesterday.
Okay.
You did win that one, didn't you? Let's
I
check.
did.
Is that the one you did a jump over the start? So
I did.
Start line. You're up
Start
near the
line.
boat end.
So first issue here is that I mistimed the start a bit.
Did
This doesn't look like the last final, by the way.
Okay, I was going to say that looks like a killer start.
Oh, okay. I think I slowed down like for half a second there. So I feel like I'm struggling a bit with the starts, even though I had some good ones before.
You're always starting at the boat, and that seems to be the key with the fin.
Yeah, this is what I learned competing in Pozo. There it was a bit harder to go down the swell, but here it's easier. It's flatter. So starting from the top, this downwind angle is really what helps the fin to, try and match the foil at least.
Were you expecting Blanca to give you that much of a run? Because she is holding you there.
That's why I'm saying if I had a better start, I think I would have been a little bit ahead. But having said that, she just keeps on improving the windier it gets. I did not expect her to be that fast on that beach.
That scared me, actually. I thought, wow, she is going quick, and she doesn't back down, Blanca.
Not at all. Yeah, which is scary sometimes, but at the same time, that's how you win races.
Yeah,
and,
100%.
Every point matters.
So at this point, you're going well on the way out. I've noticed that. You seem to be going really quick on the way out.
Yeah, Portac has always been my stronger side, and it's working here as well. So I've always, in the races here, I try and gain as much ground as possible, because you'll see after this mark on the starboard tack, I still haven't figured out what it is, but I lose much more speed going starboard.
Yeah.
Apart from the start.
And how choppy is that? Because there's swell and chop out there. It looks tricky.
I think this is about the race where the swell started to show up.
Yeah. Oh, but I like that. You know you've got a tighter jibe on the fin, and then obviously you're putting pressure on Blanca by getting inside.
Yeah, I've noticed that because they definitely go way wider, and from this mark to the next mark, you need to actually go quite upwind to eventually go down to the mark. So I try to jibe as tight as possible to... The thing is, it's not a race against the other Finn riders necessarily. It's like there's always a foil there.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I heard you say that yesterday. It's like, even when you're quite far ahead on the last reach, you never know, because if it's tight, the difference in speed is pretty huge.
Tight, and if there's a wind patch, like I have to be lit all the time to stay ahead.
And what size gear are you on here?
I am the gear that's working the best for me, which is here is the 5.6.
Yeah.
It's I have really good acceleration on it, and the jibes are quite easy because the sail is, I mean, it's not easy, but it's lighter in my hands.
I mean, 5.6, I mean, that's tiny. That is a super windy slalom, isn't it?
I was very, very powered in that heat.
Yeah.
And some of the gusts that came through were crazy. Combined with the chop.
So compared to Pozo, how windy is this?
Well, I think it's just, maybe this is a little bit windier than Pozo because I was on my 6.5 more often there. And it's flatter, but still choppier. So I don't know.
You're outrunning the drone here.
Gotta keep up. They gotta keep up. But you know what? I think I also improved since Pozo because I don't often sail in super windy conditions because I tend to go freestyling or wave sailing.
Yeah.
So I think for me that was like perfect practice, and it gave me more confidence for these conditions as well. It's all about setting the gear correctly, having the right harness lines long enough so that you can really sit down.
Go on then. What size lines have you got?
These are up to 34, I think.
Okay. Are you using them on full length?
Full length, 34.
34.
Yeah.
And what size is your board?
I have 63 centimeter wide.
63 wide, and volume is?
That's about 96, 97.
Okay.
32 centimeter fin, which works actually really well. I thought I'd be flying out more, but I'm holding it really well.
So you're still looking behind you here, even though you've got such a lead.
I'm a bit traumatized because in Pozo and here, I think I've had 3 or 4 times that I was well ahead and I missed it at the finish line. And it's so, I feel so gutted because you give
She
everything.
is catching you though.
That's the thing.
You know.
That's the thing. On the starboard tack, I just feel like I'm sticking to the water a little bit more. And it's really never over till it's over.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird how much she's caught you up there. You can see. And that, it was the one when you did.
I
okay.
had to do it.
You've definitely got extra points here in the commentary booth for jumping over the line.
Thank you.
And you make a pretty cool picture. I don't know if you've seen it with the guys at home, but if you look on the PWA website, John Carter got a great shot of you jumping with the World Cup. I can see that being a poster all day long. It was pretty sick, though.
Can you hear me screaming at the finish line from here?
We did. Like when I was here with Skyboy, he's like, I think I just heard her screaming.
Oh my gosh.
Just let people know what it's like to win a race. I mean, I, funnily enough, has been there, and it's a difficult feeling to explain, but it's a cool feeling to be leading with all these people behind you.
There's different ways of winning a race. Like you can lead it from beginning till end. You can all of a sudden at the last mark overtake someone, or you overtake someone right at the finish line. Either way, if you pass the finish line first, it's like that's why I'm yelling all the time. It's just so cool, you know?
Yeah.
And
it doesn't get old, that feeling, does it?
Doesn't get old. I think maybe I took it for granted sometimes, like in the past.
Yes.
But since I haven't done slalom in a while, and in Pozo I won 1 or 2 races, so there I was super excited. And here I won more than I expected. So like,
Yeah. And the competition in the women's fleet, I mean, everyone said it in the comments. For me, it's the best I can remember. We've already had, I look at the top, there's already been 4 different winners, you know, and Jenna probably, when she gets it together, could have a win as well. So that's 5, let's say, potential winners.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. Like the depth of field is so good.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
And you obviously like that. That's what you want. You want that to be close.
I love it. I think over the years we've had many, I mean, all the slalom events are fun in light winds and stuff, but for me it's been the first in many years that I've been in these type of conditions.
Yeah.
And it's just so much more challenging, so it's that much more satisfying to win a race. And I'm almost like, I'm sad that like the guys have been competing here for 14 years and I've just like sat on the beach and watched, you know?
Yeah.
Like I've seen...
That's a good point, because the women weren't...
I competed here in 2008. I competed here.
Wow, so it's been that long since the women have been here.
Yeah, that's when Valerie and Karen Yagi were winning all the races.
Yeah, you're right, because it has been men only for so many years. Actually, I really forgot about that. I was thinking that in Pozo when we did the wrap up with Alfie, and I was thinking, it's been a long time since I didn't even know if women had ever competed. Then we looked through the archives and we found out some stuff.
Yeah.
But then, I actually forgot about Fuerteventura. But I mean, it's been like I say, when I look at Pozo and I already look at here. It's been, and you look at the results now. I think I don't know if we've got the results for the screen, but the second, third, and fourth is separated by 1 point in the women.
I saw.
And they've all got a win to their name.
Yes.
I think that's so good. That's so good for the sport. And then we've also got some young girls coming through who obviously we've not talked about much on the live stream because they've been a bit further back, but they're only 13 years old.
Yeah, Bobby Lynn she's the talk on the beach. She's getting all the interviews there, and I think she has a lot of fans already.
Yeah.
So I think she's only 13. I actually raced her in Bonaire, and she was second after me every time and winning all the heats. So I can already tell now, like, this is a great experience for her, I think, compared to home where it's lighter wind, but her technique is super good. And I guess just with the years and growing a bit, she'll be...
What's her name?
Bobby Lynn.
Bobby Lynn.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good name for winning.
Bobby.
You know, Bobby Lynn.
Yeah,
Bobby.
It's a badass name.
Yeah, that is a badass name.
And we're talking about her now, but she has two twin sisters who are, I think, 11 or something.
I did hear that, yeah.
Both of them are really good windsurfers as well, so yeah. There might be a storm in a couple of years.
Yeah, that's so cool to see, and especially when you're living in somewhere like Bonaire.
You know, so many hours
there's
on the
so
water.
many sort of also like people to look up to. You've got Tay Franz and these guys, you know, and then you've got the conditions to be able to train, and it is paradise over there, no doubt about it. And then what, you come here to Furta, you're getting all the media coverage. That just spells like motivation right now. I think that's so good. So yeah, so we've got Sarah Keita in the house. If you've got any questions, hit us up on YouTube. You can put, maybe there is some questions, I haven't actually looked. Maybe Sarah Keita can go through the comments and answer them, but we have got the GOAT in the house. And I said this the other day on the stream, is she the best windsurfer of all time? You know, Bjorn's got that title, but I would say you're in there. You are in there. You've got to be in there. What are you doing now? You're doing every discipline right now.
Well, I'm not doing the full slalom tour, but...
you're winning the one that he's doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, I did all three disciplines for quite some years, and then somewhere 2017 it was just too much.
Yeah.
I don't think that there's not any other sailors doing that. And it really took a toll on me at the end of the year. So I took a break apart from doing one contest a year, like in Denmark or something.
Yeah.
And the same now. So I feel like this, it's a bit more manageable.
Yeah.
But I can't help it. Like, I know that I'm competitive on the race course, so I really want to be out there with everyone. And it combined perfectly with the freestyle and the wave and pozo.
Yes.
So even though it's hard to still compete in both disciplines, you know, in one event, but again, I just can't. I can't sit on the beach and just watch.
When you're here in this place competing, I think it's crazy. And how many freestyle titles have you got now?
13 titles, yeah.
13 titles.
13 titles, yes.
And then how many slalom titles?
5 slalom titles.
5 slalom. One wave? 2?
2.
2, yeah, 2. So, I mean, they're creeping up, aren't they? I mean, Bjorn has obviously got a lot. Have you ever thought about speed?
Yeah, I think for the whole life plan, I think speed comes after everything. Like, once I'm done with all of the tour and stuff, I might do speed in the end. Having said that, like, I watched the clips, and I don't know if I have the guts to go down a channel like that.
It's
scary.
Definitely an interesting one. I mean, I'd love to see you doing speed because, I mean, you must have that question, how fast can I go?
Yeah.
Could I be the world record holder? Because it's a full-on... I feel like it's a dedication. You know, some people just step into it, but that doesn't seem very easy to do. It feels like
I think it's hard to say for now, because I think I also gave IQ foiling a try just to know what it would take, and I realized that I could never do IQ foiling on the side. You have to be fully dedicated to that, and that could be the same with speed, for example. Maybe it takes way more effort than I imagine, and in the end, what I love the most is freestyling and wave sailing, and you know, so in the end it's all about the fun and enjoying.
Well, you've got to enjoy what you do.
That's the thing.
How long have you been competing on tour?
Hey, this year marks 20 years since my first event.
And that is hard. It's hard. Okay, I think we're gonna cut to some action. Okay, so we got. Sorry, I was just trying to work out what we're going on. We got race 8, so this is a different, obviously different race. So it's 20. Sorry, it was going back 20 years on tour.
Yeah.
I mean,
Basically
you've got to be having fun, otherwise,
yeah,
it don't work, does it?
Yeah,
you know.
it's true. I had one year that I got really, really nervous here on the beach. It's the year that I could win my 10th freestyle title, and I was in tears at the event because there was so much pressure, and that's when I said, like, I'm going to stop competing if I don't enjoy it. And I think since then I have like a better mindset, kind of. So when I go to an event, it's about doing my best, enjoying myself. I love this job, you know. So the moment there's too much pressure, then I need to stop.
Yeah. Any unfulfilled goals you've still got to like tick off apart from the world record in speed?
Yeah. So there's people have the goal of wanting to be world champion and stuff, and I've ticked that one off for sure. But I think with windsurfing, there's so much more to achieve. You know, you can always get better. So my freestyle world title in 2008 is my level is way higher now than it is then. So the goal is always to keep on progressing. And right now, I think the biggest goal is just getting better at wave sailing.
So doubles?
Yeah, like I've never landed a double loop, for example. I've tried them. I've bruised myself here and there. But that's, for example, a really big goal of mine, to do doubles and do it in competition maybe.
Yeah.
Ride bigger waves for sure. I would love to.
Jaws?
Don't necessarily have that aspiration, but I do think if I would spend more time in areas like that, you get inspired and you'd want to do that. I could see myself going down Jaws, but from here in Fuerteventura with the nice blue water, I'm not thinking about that necessarily.
Yeah, no, too right. Paul's got a question. He says, Sarah, when you started the tour, which person made you the most starstruck? Very first tour, like before you knew any personalities, before you knew them personally. Anybody that...
It's always been the Bonaireans. Because I actually didn't know much about the professional windsurfers until I went to the PWA in Bonaire. And before that, Tati and Tonki and Kiri, they were already the guys, you know? And these have been the guys that, for me, inspired me to get into professional windsurfing. And still, they're very inspiring to me. So
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
I mean, I totally agree with that. It's an interesting one, actually. What else have we got? Bob says it's still fun to watching Sarah, still enjoying being stoked for many years competing, great ambassador for the sport, love watching her race. I've got to say a big shout out to Sarah as well, because obviously I run Windsurfing TV, we take donations, people chip in beer money, but there isn't many sailors that do. But she is an absolute legend, and every year there's a chunk of money goes in. And I saw the other day and I thought, bloody hell, you know, can she get any nicer? So a big shout out. Like I said, not many sailors at all, if any do. So I
think you make it really fun for us, Ben, like to follow all the videos that you put out there, and we see all the effort you do. And
well, I appreciate that. Definitely. Like I say, it's all motivating, and I guess you will feel it as well when you've got the support from home. And it can be as little as a comment, and it sounds ridiculous. Maybe I don't know what the right word is, but just that comment that's like a motivating comment. Like you think, okay, someone's enjoying what I'm doing, and you know that works when you're a sailor. It works when you're competing. It works all over the place. But yeah, I think, are we going to get Nico Goya? Has he been sent up?
We get the red flag in 10 minutes.
Okay. We were going to have Nico Goya, but apparently the red flag is going to go up. So, well, I can choose you now. What size kit are you on?
Right now, I'm between 6.0 and 5.5.
6.0 and 5.5 between...
Between 6.0 and 5.5. I think the wind is going to be increasing. There's not so much cloud coming up, so the wind should increase now.
Okay. Well, I'm just going to say, I'll let you get ready. Yeah, I'll let him get ready, but we're going to...
I'll join you later.
Okay. Sorry, a bit of double talking there, but he was here, so I thought we'd just ask him. So, in case you didn't hear, he's stuck. He doesn't know what to choose between 5.5 and 6.0. I'm guessing he's going on his bigger wing, whichever that is. It's probably still tiny, like a 4.75 or something.
Why would he go on a bigger wing?
Well, maybe not. Yeah, it's still windy, isn't it? That's the thing. Yeah. I'm starting going, it's light, but it's still windy.
It was light yesterday. I was on my 6.5 and small board.
Yeah, okay.
It's just more patchy, but the gusts are strong.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's very easy to be, because it's slightly offshore here, it's very easy to be quite blasé from up here in the commentary booth, like, oh, it's lighter. It's still windy. It was the same in Pozo, that, you know, the light wind days, you're on a wave kit, you're still on 4.2 or something.
Exactly. I don't get it. Especially the locals, they come out of the water, and I ask them, how was it? Like, oh, yeah, it's light today. Like 4.2 anywhere else in the world.
Yeah, it's bonkers.
Also looks very flat from here, by the way.
Yeah, no, it does, but it always looks flat from here. And then I come in and sailors have got missing teeth and stuff.
Really? No, you're joking.
Okay. No, but it always looks a lot easier from here, and it looks easier on the live stream. I know that. Guys at home, you know, bless your little hearts, you're all giving a good advice. Oh, what the hell's going on? But it's so different when you go out there. From sitting here and then borrowing someone's gear about 4 years ago, I was kind of had it in my head what would happen and how. I was like, oh my God. Yeah. It was so much more choppy than I could have even imagined, with a bit of side swell.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, how you even take your foot out of the foot strap to jibe
I was in the air one time with my back foot coming out, and I was just like, and I think I was hooking out at the same time. It's like the most unstable.
It's crazy because your foot comes out, you unhook at the same time, and then you lose the mass foot pressure.
Yeah.
And it's like the most, and you've got people around you.
Exactly.
It's bonkers, absolutely bonkers. So yeah, it sounds like we are going to go. Let's have a look what's happening up. So just have a little refresh of this. It doesn't seem to be working. Oh. Okay, maybe it's not been updated yet. Maybe that was first-hand information for Nico Goya. So they haven't even announced that the red flag will be up, but it sounds like they are going to red flag in 10 minutes. That's what we're hearing. So you've got an easier day today. 2 eliminations. Is that what they said? Is that what I heard?
2 eliminations. Yeah, because the max event races that we can do is 15, and we already have 9, and there's 3 more days to go. So I'm guessing that's how they planned it out.
Okay, 2. Okay.
Yeah. Which again for me today is a little bit in my favor,
no,
because if we would have gone for 4 races today and the wind is clearly lighter. Yeah.
So what are you going on today? I should say. What
like yesterday when
6.5?
6.5 in my small board. That's the max I brought.
Okay.
I saw it in the comments just now. The thing is, I am carrying so much gear with me, and since slalom was not my priority necessarily for this year. I was already in Europe when I realized we were gonna go to Pozo and Fuerte. And bit last minute decision, but I'm happy I'm here for it all.
Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, it's windy. I'm just looking up the water at the moment. They're flying out there.
Yeah.
So as much as it's lighter today, I'm going to have a look at the comments. Love the broadcast. A lot of people saying that. They're saying the broadcast is looking really good. And the way actually the guys are doing the highlights, they're just using bits from the live stream, which I think fires you up to watch the live stream, because you end up going, oh my God, this guy's going crazy. And it has been literally crazy. I mean, you've obviously been out there competing, but you've probably been watching some of the men's heats as well.
Yeah, I have. I have.
It's been bonkers. Yeah. Been absolutely bonkers. Who's your standout in the men's league?
The carnage going on sometimes. Like there's someone just perfectly fine foiling, and then all of a sudden they're down.
Yeah.
Then a jibe goes perfect, and then one person fails, and there's like 2 other people that go down. So there's never a dull moment.
The thing is, and they were saying this the other day, you're like, you get Formula One and all this, but they're literally boring races compared to this. Like, this is like, at any moment, someone just self-destructs. It's like, I don't think in any other sports, like motorsport, yes, your engine might blow up or something, but it's not kind of like that. No. Like here, you have all the action around the jibes and all the fighting, but also, at any point, you could get this weird gust from the top.
So many variables. Yeah.
Just gets destroyed. So
for me, one of the sketchiest races I saw yesterday was Bruno Martini in the final, and I think he finished 3rd.
Yeah.
But he had 2 runs on starboard deck, and I asked him, like, Bruno, what happened? He said, like, the foil just decided to go downwind all of a sudden.
The weird thing was, not the weird thing, the crazy thing was he stayed on and rode it out somehow. He must have sailed probably twice as far as anyone else.
Yeah, he did really well to control. I was watching till the end for him to just hold on, and because that 3rd place finish is super great.
Impressive. Wind speed on the course, 13 to 18 knots. So there you go. And the wind speeds on the PWA are usually lower because they're done in a drifting boat or however they do them I think it's always a bit windier than they say in real life, as far as I know. You know, they say, oh, it's 12 knots, and then everyone's like dying on.
Yeah, I still haven't figured this one out.
Yeah, nor me. But
I do choose the right sails based on what they say. When they say 12 knots, it's like I'm going to be lit on 7-0.
Yeah. Just have a look more comments. Mario saying he met Sarah in Viana de Castello, and she is just awesome. Sailor and person. That is a lot of comments I'm seeing on here, to be honest. Everyone who's met you, Paul Van Bellen was saying top person, top-notch broadcast.
Let's go back to Viana. That would be literally the opposite of Fuerteventura.
It would be.
Yeah,
actually, my daughter's called Viana, so
yeah, that's true.
I want to go back.
Yeah, you have a good reason to go back there.
I want to go back. Yeah, a lot of people's good. Sarah, why did you choose monofin? Is that the new name for it? Why did you choose fin than foil?
Well, it's just simple that I do too many disciplines, and then foil would essentially be a fourth discipline. So it's just a little bit too much, to be honest.
Titus saying, after I saw you jumping over the finish line, I remember Anders Bringdahl in 1989. The only won World Cup in Tarifa, almost every elimination, jumping and front looping over the line. Front loop over the line. That's your next goal.
We saw Tati do that in Pozo actually after the race. You know what's funny about that? That's how I remember windsurfing also as a kid. When we had the Aruba high winds, at the end of the race, you always had to do some type of trick. Body drag, duck jibe around the mark, jumping. And
it's interesting you mentioned the Aruba high winds, because as a young kid growing up, I always saw that in the magazines, and I always can still see the picture. I remember, maybe JC took it, but it was like offshore, turquoise water, all these like slalom guys blasting, and I always remember as a kid going, oh my God, I really want to go there. That looks epic. And I actually did go to the Aruba high winds back when you did it.
2011.
Whenever that was, to do the commentary. Obviously, I didn't do much sailing.
You've been commenting for so long.
Yeah, I actually have. You're right. You know, when you said you're on tour 20 years, I was thinking, I've been on doing the tour and commentating and being involved with it for quite a long time now.
45 years?
Yeah, it's probably not far off when you started. Piss off. But when you started, you were what, young?
12, 13.
12. So it was the same time as me, like 2003. I think I did my first Pozo freestyle event. Then 2004, I did the waves. Come fifth, just so you know.
Based off the taka. You were takaing.
Come fifth, yeah. Right, got to get it in there. But yeah, that's a long time ago, isn't it? A really long time ago.
Are you doing commentary at Alachati in October?
Ben, are you doing commentary at Alachati? That's the youth and juniors. I haven't been asked, so I don't think so. It has been exciting racing. A lot of people saying the same thing. Do people let someone else fly in extra gear because of all the crashes? It's a good thing, because I heard this on the beach earlier. Enrico Marotti has one boom left. And he's having to change boom from sail to sail if he changes gear, which is not normal at this level. Most people have got, you know, different stuff, but he's had a few big crashes.
Oh my gosh, he was asking just now in the tent to just borrow a neck from someone else. Like,
borrow a neck brace?
Yeah, no, a neck. He just wants a new neck.
Oh, right.
It's been so brutal. But I think I've seen him...
what do you make of this, Maciek Rakowski?
You know what? I feel like it's getting more and more professional, and I think it's really cool to see someone put this level of professionalism in it.
I love it, but with that hairdo, with that pink nose and juggling, he does look like a clown right now. Hey, but it's working.
Maciek is world champion. He won the first event of the year. Like, he's doing something right.
That's impressive,
I don't think I can do that, though.
Oh, that's it. He dropped his last jibe.
Yeah.
But does that freak you out, though? Does that then go, oh, God, I wasn't very good today? You know, like, if you weren't very good at it, let's say it all went wrong.
No, I think this is just like a activating thing, no? If you do it good or not, doesn't really matter. Just,
Wow. But that is, I mean, really cool to see this. This is the stuff that you guys need to see, because this guy has brought a caddy to Lake Garda. He's got a caddy here. He's got a physio. That's his physio. He's doing everything he can do to maximise being in the position he's in.
I think it's awesome.
And that, some people might say it builds up the pressure, but as it says on his helmet, Pressure is
It's a
privilege. I
privilege,
mean,
yeah.
it's cheesy, but at the same time, it is working. And I have a lot of respect for that. He's always been doing his own thing.
This is what I wanted to say. Like, he's been posting these kind of videos or his trainings in the gym for quite some years now. I've seen us like balancing on these Bosu balls and stuff like
That's
that.
mad. Even his physio can't catch the bloody ball.
Yeah.
I mean, it's mad. I love it. I actually love it.
You know what I think also is interesting about windsurfing? I was chatting to a friend about that. You have to engage, like you have to control everything, like legs, arms. You
Yeah.
know, like in surfing is just the surfboard. Here we're holding on to a sail, we're holding
Yeah.
on to the board. So there's so many things you have to be such a coordinated person.
Yeah, 100%.
And,
What I'm going to be interested in is if anybody,
Is gonna do this.
yeah, because it's weird to do it afterwards. You might feel like you're following, but if it works or something like this, you see it in other sports. We
Yeah.
see it in surfing. We see it in lots of other sports.
Yeah, so
Hand-eye coordination drills.
He might be the trendsetter.
Wow. Are you going to be doing it?
I don't think I would do this on the beach in front of everyone, probably in my tent. But I do that for fun, probably. It looks like a lot of fun, to be honest.
Yeah. Oh, it looks interesting. He's definitely got another career in juggling. or something. What else have we got?
Dominique and Desjans, salut! Thanks for the support always.
Billy says, I
Hand to
practice hand-to-mouth coordination in the pub. It's a very good point, you know.
I'm only good at that after the contest.
There we go. Boy Van der Veer saying in tennis they do it all the time.
Yeah. These shows that they're putting out now on Netflix, like tennis, surfing, they're doing a lot of these coordination exercises right before.
Oh, really good to see. You can see there is wind. We are already into the first quarter final, I think, already, because we've done that first heat. And
Should I be getting my sails ready?
red flag is up. So yeah, 4 minutes until the start.
Mortefond.
Who have we got?
Michele Benedetti. I've been wondering, because did he come from IQ or was he already competing quite a bit? Yeah.
Yeah, come from IQ.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm thinking, I haven't spoke to him actually about it, but I know Nicol Renner.
Yeah.
He is the best from Italy, from what I can understand
Yeah,
at the
he's doing
moment.
well.
So maybe Benedetti's gone, well, he's going to go to the Olympics. I'm going to go down the different route for now. Or maybe, Renner's already been selected. I actually don't know. I probably should find that out. But maybe that could have happened because I know the IQ Foil Worlds is coming up in August.
Yes.
Not a couple of weeks' time, I think.
Yeah, soon.
Yeah. So.
But from what I understood, also, like, that event is not as important for
selection.
everyone.
Oh yeah, I know.
Not for the French team.
It depends. Like the French team, the British team, they've all got different ways of selecting their riders. So yeah, this is the heat that will be on the water now. First of the quarterfinals: Mortefond, Benedetti, Bruno Martini. We've got Mercer, Rocha, Van der Berg, Schoberg, and Stallman.
Putting my money on Stallman.
Stallman's going to come through.
Yeah.
He's young, isn't he? Young Brit.
No idea.
Low 20s, very early 20s. So
Came out of nowhere a little bit, or am I just
he's
not
been doing
up
really
to date?
good in the UK. I know that, and then
okay.
obviously that's translating into good here. He's been doing a lot of stuff. I think early days with Ross Williams.
Yeah.
You know, Simon Pettiford and Cofield and all those boys have been racing together. So he had a good good group of sailors, I think, to come up with. But then you've got to push on.
Yeah.
Because that next step up is big, and we know Ross. You know, that's why he's sponsored by Gastra now, because of the connection with Ross, I'm guessing. And Ross has obviously seen something in Stallman that makes him think that he could push on.
Speaking about Ross, I went through all the Fuerte events of the past few years, and he was on the podium many times here.
I tell you, he's the man. He was the man in Fuerte.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone who knows Ross knows how quick he was.
Quick and technical, I guess.
Yes, very technical. He's got a different style to everyone else. I also know everyone who's been on his gear, how he has it set up, goes, I don't even know how the guy sails like this. It's like, and I've heard that from a lot of people, not just one or two. It's like he sails differently, but he's so quick, man. When he gets it together, especially in windy stuff. I think if there'd have been a lot more windy racing, you know, he definitely could have got a world title. So that's the beach. That is what it's looking like these days.
It's Saturday.
It's loaded.
It's going to get busier.
So, 50 seconds to go. Who's your money on here? I mean, Mortefond obviously going to have a good shout in this. Benedetti's been looking good. Bruno Martini, obviously. And then I think that fourth place, Mercer Stallman, has a good chance here as well. Rocha, we're probably going to see him on the foil in this lighter wind now. In fact, it looks like all the riders are on the foil. Yeah. We've got Bruno Martini down this pin end, closest to the camera on the Neil Pride, just upwind of him. I think we've got Mortafon. Benedetti up in the middle of the pack, got his place to himself. Is it Stallman down here on the gas rod? Malta Rocha. It's Rocha. Rocha's mixing it up. Oh, and it looks like the Swede with not a good start there. He's dropped right back, but Mortafon's gone out. He was obviously very confident in his watch there because Mortafon really pushed it, and he's got probably the best start out of the lot.
Oh, this is so epic to watch.
This top end, Mercer looking very good on the Severn. Stallman looking good. And Sarah Keat is going to go get ready. So thanks, Sarah, for joining us. We will see her out on the race course. So very good, really good to get Sarah in here. Epic racer, epic person, and a great ambassador for the sport of windsurf. Anyone who's met her will definitely know that. So we wish her luck in the races. Not that she needs it, the way she sails. But here we go. It's definitely lighter, though, out there. As we go into the first mark, it's Pierre Mortafon rounding first. Then we got Benedetti, then Bruno Martini, and then Stallman and Mercer. And I think that's where we're going to see that fight for fourth place between the Severn of Mercer and that Gastra of Stallman. Pierre Mortafon, though, looking very good. And it might be easier for the drone today. Maybe a little bit slower speeds. Just going to have that little bit of an edge to be able to move around. And this is a great shot we've got here with Pierre Mortafon leading the pack. Benedetti and Bruno Martini, the two Italians, in second and third. As we come into this second jibe mark, Mortafon rounding first, then the two Italians, Benedetti and Martini. Stallman in fourth. Mercer, it was his birthday yesterday, so maybe he won't get a present today. He got one in the last round yesterday, qualifying him into the semi-finals. And actually, Mortafon has dropped back a bit here. Not sure what happened. I just took my eye off the game a little bit, but Benedetti now leading. Interesting. Got a lower line. Dropping back a little bit. Mortafon, but Benedetti will take the lead. Here we go. So Benedetti, Bruno Martini, Pierre Mortafon, and Stallman. Oh, and I tell you what, Bruno Martini has just made a costly error. Mercer had to go round the outside. Bruno is going to get back up, but he's going to have to get a real wriggle on now because Mercer has got a much more comfortable lead there. A mistake from Bruno Martini could be very costly for the Italian. He's going to need a mistake from the two riders ahead of him if he's going to get into the semi-finals. A bit of a disaster from the Italian there. Wasn't really under any pressure as we come into the outside, and it's Benedetti round in first place. Then Mortafon. Then Stallman. They all got round nice and safely. Then we've got the S2 Maui sails of Van der Berg. Could he get into the semi-finals? This would be a big result. He's got Mercer behind him. Bruno Martini's not in with a shout here. It's going to be between Van der Berg and Mercer. Maybe Mercer will get another birthday present. But Van der Berg at the moment holding him off. Keep your eye on that. It's Bob versus Mercer. It's going to come right down to the wire here. Look at Mercer go. Mercer is closing in on him. Keep a look. Let's go a bit higher. We can see that fourth place playing out. Benedetti has definitely got this. Mortafon second. Third place Stallman. And fourth place is up for grabs. Let's go high. Let's see the finish line. Are we going to be? It's going to be Van der Berg. He's going to get it. Well done. That might be his first semi-finals for Bob. Netherlands 7-3-7. Oh, and Bruno Martini will be absolutely gutted with that. we go, just replays of that one. There we go. Bruno hooked in. Ah, that's what it was. I was just looking now. It looked like he hooked in. Mercer had to avoid him, and actually that avoidance of Bruno probably made him miss. There he is. That little bit of avoidance was the difference on the line between Van der Berg going through and Mercer. So, there we go. First of the quarterfinals done. Second quarterfinal coming up. Heat number 3, Iachino, Kernam, So, Jules, Daldorf, Macker, Dalpont, and Kudu. But yeah, Bruno definitely won't be happy with that. Little bit of a floppy harness line, hooks in. They've got such long harness lines now. That is what happens. Okay, 20 seconds on the clock. Ten seconds. Iachino obviously down that pin end on the right hand side. Kernam on the Neil Pride. Oh, we've got a bit of a chase cam on here. Not so easy for me, but different angle. Okay, there we go. So what have we got? We've got Iachino down that bottom end. Then we've got Johan So on the black 0.7 cell in about second place at the moment. Then we've got a couple of prides, which has to be Macker and Kernam. And that will be your top 4 at the moment. Dalpont a bit further back. Also Jules a bit further back. But round in first place is Iachino, then the Beast, then Macker, then Kernam, then Kudu, and then is Jules. Oh, it could be Daldorf actually. Could be Daldorf on the Gastro. But definitely, we've got wind out there. Not as windy as the last few days, but I think it's going to increase, and we will see the crazy racing, no doubt about it. You can already see when we're looking back towards the beach, you see the whitecaps. There's plenty of breeze. We're going to see some big gusts as the day goes on. Matteo Iachino has been very consistent so far. Johan So in second place. Then we've got Kernam, Macker. I think Daldorf. Although Daldorf we're used to seeing on the fin. So we're going to be relaxing around this heat at the moment. The front 4 look pretty cruisy. We're only in the quarterfinal stages, so it will change as we go in. But we're going to liven up the commentary. We've got a much better voice than me coming in. Wealth of knowledge, does all disciplines. He's definitely better looking than me. We've got Oda Johanna coming into the studio.
Wow.
How we doing?
Doing good. Enjoying the action here.
Seen any sharks?
Oh. 2 days ago, no?
I know, I saw the video.
Crazy? You saw the video?
I saw the video. So just to pull you up, we are in second quarter final. Obviously, it looks quite a relaxed heat, this one. Top 4 look pretty clear, but you never know in the foil racing. We've seen some big crashes so far. Matteo Iachino looking good on the starboard Severn gear. Then we've got Johan So and then Macker and Sebastian Kernam coming in. But
nice job there.
Yeah, Matteo looks like he's been getting more and more solid as the event goes on. But the 2 Pride boys, that's where the action is on that 4th place. He needs to make that 4th place. looks like he's safely round. So I think we're not going to see too much crazy action. Everyone just staying pretty calm at the moment. You're not racing? Didn't fancy it?
So I broke my foot last year. So
yes.
I had limited time after my recovery, and I still feel my foot. So I want to spend all the foot time that I have, the board time I have, to get fully fit for freestyle, which is the discipline that's close to my heart.
Yeah.
And the moment they mix foiling with fin, it's just 2-minute disciplines to do. Like you get a bit good in everything, but not best in anything. So I feel very happy doing freestyle now, and let's see next year maybe I'm back on the slalom course again.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so, because you're in my fantasy team. So yeah, there's still the same 4 riders: Giacchino, So, Kurnam and Maka is the top 4 riders, and they will go through to the first semi-final. So we've already got 1 semi-final sorted. We've got 2 more quarters to go. Next up, we're going to have quarter-final number 3, which is Becker, Vonk, Rakowski, Franz, Board, Marotti, Mattis and Hooper. So not an easy quarter-final this. There's a couple of guys in this that could cause some upsets. But obviously Tati Franz is going to be up against it here because he is taking 7-0 on the fin and 116 slalom board. So against the foils in this type of wind, he's going to have to push pretty hard.
Yeah, but you know, like he's so good on the fin, and if he's lucky with the gust, if he doesn't get a wind hole, I do believe in him.
Yeah.
I saw him posing. He was leading, like doing a sick race on the fin. Then a wind hole came and all the foilers passed him.
Yeah.
It almost felt unfair, you know. Like no. But
he's definitely quick. He's definitely quick. He needs a good start. That's what I've heard from the guys sailing the fin, that if they don't get a good start, it's nearly impossible then to come back. But with a good start, you know, you hit that first marking first, then you've got a chance to kind of hold them off, let's say, because you are literally holding them off.
Yeah.
But with the lighter winds today, or not so much wind at the beginning, maybe it's a bit flatter out there. I don't know.
Yeah, I think like you see now, for example, there's a wind hole exactly where the buoy is.
Yeah.
So I think it's a little bit of luck as well, how the gusts are hitting the race course. But I do think on the fin you have less room for mistakes. You can basically not do any mistakes. All the jives need to be planing out completely full speed. But if you have somebody in the way that you maybe have to slow down a little bit, it doesn't look like the fin has a lot of chance.
Yeah.
And in the women's racing, you see Sarah, she hasn't done many mistakes. And that's why she's kind of leading. But
and maybe it does seem like, a bit of running around here. Is that... I was just going to say, with the women, it definitely looks like the girls that are on the fin, the top girls, have a little bit more speed than the foils, you know, on certain runs. In the men, it really doesn't look that way. It looks like they're very even. So then the jives, the foils are better, and that seems to be the difference. Like, I just feel like Sarah Keita's got that extra bit of speed. Jenna Gibson, when she gets it together, has that extra bit of speed compared to the foils, or so we've seen so far.
Yeah.
And that definitely is helping, but it makes for some very close racing.
Yeah. I think if everyone would have been on the fin, the distance would maybe have a bit bigger. So, I don't know, it's hard to say. I haven't tried foiling here myself. I'll probably also have been on the fin.
Yeah.
And just hope that the days that you compete that you have enough wind. I think, for example, Sarah was a bit nervous that it would be light today.
Yeah.
You know, and then you have been on top the whole time, and then you compete in, of course, suitable conditions because we are using foils as well. But if you only go for the fin, then you really need to have the wind weather with you.
Definitely tricky. Okay, third quarter-final coming up. Like you just saw on your screen, Becker, Vonk, Rakowski, Franz, Board, Marotti, Mattis, Hooper. This is difficult. This is a pretty loaded quarter-final heat. Nothing to take for granted here. Obviously, Marotti is down as an unseeded rider in this heat. We know he's not. Hooper down as an unseeded rider in this heat, and so is Board. These are all guys that can push the top 4 100%. Becker's on good form. Tati Franz, you can see there, is pushing in the middle of your picture. He's only got 7-0 and 114 board. He's going to be up against it. you would have to be favouring the foils here, but let's see how it plays out. Great start from Maciej Rakowski. Good start from Becker down this bottom end. Then we've got Marotti just upwind from him. Then we've got Hooper in the middle. On the duotone at the top is Jordi Vonk a little bit further back. Then Tati Franz. On the Saverne we've got Cedric Board. So all the riders spread out, but all in the mix as we come into this first mark. And it looks like Maciej Rakowski, juggling his balls earlier, seems to be paying off, because he looks on good form as we come into the first mark. And it will be the Tour leader at the moment, Maciej Rakowski, jibing in first. Second place, Enrico Marotti. Then we've got Becker, Tati Franz jibing in fifth, Hooper in fourth place. So it's bad news for Tati Franz fans. It's very rare he would come back from this, but he's actually going pretty flat out right now, and he's going to take a much more direct route to the buoy, and that sometimes can favour the foils. Kind of forget that he is just going to go straight to the mark. He can do a lot tighter jibe, and that could really favour him. But Enrico Marotti now leading, Maciej Rakowski probably dropping back to third as Becker pushes through up into second place. He's going to have to let him, he's going to give him some room here. So Marotti, Maciej Rakowski, Becker, and Tati Franz does shove it on the inside. But by doing that, he's ended up not really planing fully out of that jibe mark. And he's having a little ding-dong battle with the duotone of Jordi Vonk. And Jordi Vonk just creeps in ahead. So there are your top four at the moment. Vonk in fifth place and has got a bit of work to do here. Becker now probably in the lead with Enrico Marotti fighting it out for that top spot. Maciej Rakowski down this bottom end, and then Hooper in about fourth place, just cruising. So in these quarterfinals, we're kind of seeing the top four getting away from the rest of the pack, and Jordi Vonk is going to need a mistake probably from someone in this top four to get back in the race. So Maciej Rakowski, then Marotti, then Becker, then Hooper. This looks like your top four right now. Vonk in fifth. Tati Franz dropping right back to seventh place at the moment. So yeah, Jordi Vonk more than ever needs a mistake. Are we going to see one, Oda?
Like, you've seen so many catapults on the last days. The guys are pushing to the limit. So I think the position Jordi's now is not the greatest one when you see four people quite far ahead accelerating as well. But you know, it's never over till it's over. And there's been so many times where I myself have been in that situation. I think it's, you kind of want to stop believing that you can do it, and then somebody does a mistake in front of you, and before you know it, you're in the top four. He needs one to happen now. Yeah.
He needs one to happen now, but it's not happening. Jordi Vonk has maybe run out of hopes right now, because all the top four are cleanly through. Like you say, we have seen some explosions on the reaches, but maybe a little bit lighter breezes at the moment. But as I look out there, it still looks windy, doesn't it?
I think it's better for Enrico today, because apparently his smallest front wing is pretty big, so a bit lighter wind that they have today is probably better for his foil. Like, he's smashing it, you know. Yeah. But the moment it gets really windy, it's quite a big foil to control. From what I have heard, there's some of the other guys that are maybe doing the wind events, they registered really small wings.
Makes sense. So Marotti wins it, Maciej Rakowski second, Becker third, and Hooper in fourth place, all qualifying for the semi-finals. So these quarterfinals so far have been pretty relaxed. You see Tati Franz drop back all the way through that race. He really needed to be in the front at that first mark.
I think it looks relaxed, but once you're out there racing, I think they're like having maximum heartbeat.
Yeah.
Who's next now? Ooh. Prien, Briswijk, Goyard. There's a strong hit coming up.
Yeah. The fourth of the quarterfinals up next, heat number 5. But we're going to have a look at the highlights from that heat. Great start from Maciej there. Becker as well, pushing as ever. He's really just jumped onto the scene this year, like, you know, pretty much out of nowhere. We've discussed it before. He hasn't come from nowhere, but I think to the general public out there, or the general viewing windsurfer, he would have come pretty much out of nowhere. And he's holding it together with the big boys.
You see it more in the foiling that this kind of unknown sailor comes out of nowhere, but on Finn, haven't seen that so much at all.
I think obviously it's a newer discipline, but I really thought maybe some of the skills from actual normal slalom racing would carry through. But I think the skills you learn on a fin are less hard to learn quickly. You need time, and it's feel and everything else. Whereas in foiling, maybe it's just quicker to get there. Because we definitely have seen some guys that you've never heard of before, or, to me, not in the scene, like not doing the trainings every year. They seem to just burst into the top 10 sometimes, which is great to see. And that's what the sport needs, I think.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of hidden training out there as well that we don't know about. We see the slalom trainings that they're doing in Tenerife, but I'm sure people are training, like getting a lot of hours in on the foils.
So this is the last of the quarterfinals. Preen, Vrieswijk, Goya, Giroux, Winter, Cousin, Vorenberg and Everard. So last chance to make the semi-finals here. Can Nico Preen get itself together? He had a couple of big crashes yesterday. And it looks like
I think Amado's going to do well. He seems to be on form.
This could suit him.
Nothing can stop him also. Like all the crashes he had, he's still...
I can't believe he's still in one piece. He's had some big crashes.
He's a beast.
He definitely is. So we've got Goya, the event leader, leading this one. And it looks like he's got plenty of speed. He's flying out in the middle. Amado Vrieswijk in second place. Nico Preen in about third at the moment. And then we've got the Gastra up the top end from Giroux from France. And Nico Preen actually coming right down from the bottom here to make some upwind ground. Slips into third place. So Goya.
Looks so effortless. It
does look so easy.
He has this special style that just like feather on the board. It's super elegant.
Yeah, I think the fight here is going to be between Alexander Cousin and Giroux. And Giroux has had some big explosions this week on the Gastra. So keep your eye on him. We've got Winter in there as well in about sixth place.
You know the sales size of Goyard?
He said he was in between 5.5 and 6.0.
Okay.
So it looks maybe 5.5. I mean, looks pretty breezy. Oh, there we go. Oh. And just as I said it, Giroux has had some big crashes and he's had another one. So not quite sure what's going on with his gear, but there's definitely been some big crashes from Giroux on that Gastra. I really have seen some huge ones. So he's still in one piece though. But maybe struggling just to find that balance at the moment. So good news for Alexander Cousin, who's moved up into fourth place. Nico Preen just going underneath the drone there. We've got Amado Vrieswijk. I think he's just cruising. He doesn't need to push super hard. I think he's kind of realised that. He was all or nothing in Pozo.
It's interesting to see this different styles as well. Like Amado seems to be pretty locked.
Yeah.
While Nico's kind of adjusting more on the foil all the time. That's how it looks like from here.
Yeah, and then you've got Nico, who just looks like he's just having a walk in the park. Crazy. So it is Alexander Cousin in fourth place. Yeah, these quarterfinals have been, I'm not going to say uneventful, but they've been very relaxed for the top four. That fight for fourth has not really come down to anything. Although, as I say that, Winter is very close with Alexander Cousin now. And, a mistake from Cousin on this last mark, Winter could be in there. So, Nicholas Goya round in first. Second place, Amado. Third place, Preen. Looks, you wouldn't expect any mistakes from those three, but Alexander Cousin, is he going to make a mistake? He's got Winter behind him.
Wide jibe.
Looks pretty safe. Winter's had a pretty good jibe, but he's not going to catch Alex there. There we go. Nico Goya. I mean, he just won every final yesterday. All three of them. Bang, bang, bang. He now leads the overall rankings at this event. And he looks very comfortable in the early races today. So, we are now getting towards the business ends. We have now got the semi-finals coming up for you after this, as we just officially qualify the riders through. Nico Goya, Amado Vrieswijk, Nico Preen, and Alex Kozan.
Next round now, you're going to see more tight racing, I think.
I was going to say, now we're going to see step up, because this is the difference now. Top 4 makes the final, bottom 4 runners up final. But before that, we're going to have a look at some replays from that. I mean, from what we've seen the other days, this is almost tame. It's like it looks easy. It's obviously not easy out there, but we've seen some absolutely
What's the
crazy
win reading
stuff.
actually now? What's the win reading?
The win read now, I think it's like 11 to 18 or something like that. That seems to be what I'm seeing. It's
But when they
probably
say that
windier than
here, the gusts are way more.
I think we're seeing up to 25 knots in the
Yeah.
gusts, so you wouldn't be surprised.
And what the guys were telling me yesterday, like what they feel on the foil, is that they get this gust on top of the sail as well, that you need to adjust in a different way that you would sail, for example, in Pozo.
Yeah, I can see that. I mean, there is a mountain behind, so you maybe get those over the top gusts, or they lift you up.
Yeah.
You know, or they come from a different angle, and all those different things. Oh, there we go. That was Giroux. Oh, I mean, I say there's not been much eventful things happening. That was pretty eventful. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what happens in development, foil-wise, sail-wise, and going through. I'm looking at Amado coming in now. He's gesturing to the beach as if he's going to change something. Maciej Rakowski going back out. So, oh, hello. Amado's definitely changing something, and he's actually got his sail in the water with a little wave coming through, which I can't imagine is
I think he's going for a bigger sail.
That's how you break a mast, that is. I just seen the little wave wash over his rig. He's going smaller sail, it looks like. He's literally got his sail in the shore break, and he doesn't seem bothered at all. It's crazy. It's not very big shore break, don't get me wrong, but I'm just looking out the window, basically just down on the beach and doing a bit of spy cam stuff before we go back up to the semi-finals. Yellow flag is up actually for the first semi-final. Heat number 6 is Benedetti. We've got Mortefon, Stallman, Van der Berg, I think maybe in his first semi-final. Matteo Iachino, and we've got Johan So the Beast, Kernum, and Macker. I would say this seems, no disrespect, an easier side of the draw, maybe.
Yeah, it looks like.
Could be wrong, but I would say that second side seems a little bit more heavy, let's say. From the riders that we've seen push in so far, I would say that second side seems pretty stacked. So there we go, Maciej Rakowski heading out. Those are those little waves, you know, coming through, just so you can see. There's his caddy, physio, caddy. He means business. He is leading the World Tour, though. He is last year's champion. Why not? So here we go. We got Matteo Iachino down this bottom end on the red Severn sail. Then Pierre Mortefon. Then looks like we've got Macker. We've got Johan So on the Black Point 7 sail. Benedetti just behind him on the red and sort of see-through Challenger sail. And we are coming up towards the start very soon. Look at this, Pierre Mortefon, Matteo Iachino right down this bottom end, really challenging. Macker on the Neil Pride with a good start this end, and then we've got Kernum right at the top end. He loves to start at the boat, but Matteo Iachino flying down this bottom end. We're used to seeing these two pairing up down that bottom end, but I have to say that drone angle looks so good. Johan So in the middle, also looking pretty solid, isn't he? Stallman looking good as well on the Gastra. Don't sleep on Stallman. He's got a good chance here with Benedetti behind him and Macker. So Stallman inside the top 4. Could he be making the winners final? That would be a great result for the young Brit, as Johan So wants to go into that jibe, but it's Iachino round in first, Mortefon second, then Johan So. Oh, and Benedetti does actually go into 4th place, Stallman into 5th. Then we've got Macker, Van der Berg and Kernum at the back at the moment. Top 4 are kind of already creeping out. But Stallman and Benedetti are going to have a good battle here for that 4th place, I feel. Wind is definitely picking up. We saw Amado Vrieswijk come in and change down. So we could see these guys maybe on the edge on their bigger equipment. Benedetti looks like he's flying in 4th place, and so is Stallman. Look at that fight for 4th. It's on. And Stallman actually pulls out of the fight to get a bit more height. The Beast bouncing around in that jibe mark. Great jibe from Mortafon. Good jibe from... Oh, and someone's gone down behind. Stallman with a really good jibe. Benedetti actually touched down. Like I say, that fight for 4th is on. This is to see who makes the final. Top 4 make the final. 5th place into the runners-up final. Big difference there. Big difference. You have to win the runners-up final to get 9th. You can finish last and finish 8th in the winners' final. So big difference between 4th and 5th. At the moment, at the front, though, Matteo Iachino looks good. The Beast, though, looks like he is flying down this reach. I think he's almost backed off. I think if it had been a final, he might have seen him charge underneath, but he knows this is a qualification round. Just needs to finish inside the top 4. Matteo Iachino round in 1st. 2nd place, the Beast. Then we've got Mortafon. Good jibe from him. Where's the rest of the riders? We want to see the top 4. Let's have a look at the top 4. That is where the battle is going on. The top 3 have got away. In 4th place is still Benedetti. You guys can't see him, but he's in 4th place. But Stallman is giving him a good run. Stallman is going low on this reach. He's behind your drone shot, but we've got 1 jibe mark to go, and the fight for 4th is really on. We need to get our drone guy to slow down or turn around because the fight is on for 4th. In the front, though, it's going to be Iachino, Mortafon and Benedetti, and here comes Stallman on the inside. Stallman's going to try and cut, and he does. Here we go, drag race, great jibe from Stallman, and he is in here. Stallman's got a chance. He's right behind Mortafon. Benedetti's gone low. This could be a really interesting last reach. Mortafon trying to cover Benedetti, and that'll help Stallman. That really will help Stallman, and Stallman is coming through. The young Brit could be making a final here. Mortafon trying to hold off Benedetti, and Stallman is getting this place to himself. And the front is Matteo Iachino, then the Beast, then Mortafon, and Stallman at the moment has got a place in the final. Can he hold it together? He looks very comfortable. Benedetti's pushing. Benedetti is pushing. Oh, and the way the line is, that looked like Benedetti might have just got that. How did it look from your angle?
Yeah, I think he got it.
Wow. That was close. You could see that fight coming from a while away, and it
that was
looks...
definitely not a relaxing hit.
Yeah, I was going to say. Let's have a look at the highlights.
Matteo was super steady the whole race.
He's actually looked like that yesterday, but just in the finals, it's almost like he hasn't got that extra bit. But he's looked really good in all the qualifications.
Yeah.
He's had a good start. He's looked solid. But maybe today's the day.
He looked good. Good start of the day for him. But in Pozo, he lost the podium by 0.3 points or something.
Just nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Same with the world title, same points. And, it does something with your mental game. Either shit, can I not do it? Or shit, I'm going to do better now.
It can be hard to take. And again, he's seen other guys just come up, other guys get the wins, but he is definitely Mr. Consistent. He is racking in consistent results. And we all know with long events like this, 5 days, consistency will be key. So I'm definitely not counting him out. Oh, there we go. Cornham just going down on that reach as we're waiting for this second semi-final, just watching the highlights of this last one. And here we go. This was a great jibe from Stallman at the end. We thought maybe he'd got it, but as you can see on the finish line, that boy definitely looked a little bit more favoured towards the pin end. And it looks to me like that's Benedetti. We'll wait for the official results, but I think that's Benedetti. But again, we'll wait for official results to come through. Next up, we've got the second semi-final. Yeah, looked pretty clear on that view, actually, that Benedetti will get the nod. Heat number 7 next, which is the second semi-final, and this is a very loaded heat. This could be a final, 100%. All these guys have made finals before, and I wouldn't put it past them that nearly everyone in there has won a race before. Apart from Becca.
Ridiculous,
Becca, I don't think has won one, but I think nearly everyone else there has won a race. So could Becca get his bullet? He's got a tough one. We've got Enrico Marotti in this one, Maciek Rakowski. We've got Michelle Becker, Hooper, Goya, Vrieswijk, Preen, and Cousin. This is loaded right now. Obviously, Goya, top seed. He looks so comfortable today. I can't see anything else but him going through. Vrieswijk has looked good. And then you're looking at all the rest. I don't know. Maciek Rakowski, obviously. But then you've got Becker, Marotti, obviously won in Pozo. Preen, looking really good. Cousin. And Hooper was actually leading the whole event after the first day. So here we go. It is loaded. Let's go. Second semi-final. This is to make the winners' final. In elimination 6, Maciek Rakowski down this pin end on the pink Challenger sail. Then we've got Becker just upwind of him, a bit further back on the Patrick. Then we've got Enrico Marotti. No, we haven't. We've got Nico Preen closest to us, and it's getting very... Oh, I tell you what, Maciek got squeezed out there.
Oh,
if someone isn't over, Maciek is in trouble. Is it... It's a good start we're hearing. Maciek and Becker's gone. Did Becker go there? He disappeared off our screen, but Michelle Becker disappeared very quickly. We've got Nico Preen looking solid as a rock. Well, no, he's back. It's Marotti. Absolutely. Marotti's having a moment. I was just trying to get it. It is a good start. Marotti looking good. The wind has definitely picked up. He's held it. Becker's back. Becker's back from the dead. He's still in contention. Maciek Rakowski got some work to do. Enrico Marotti in first. Second place. Looks like it's Goya. Yeah. Then we've got Amado Vrieswijk in third. Then we've got Nico Preen. Then we've got either Kuzan and Becker. And then we've got Hooper and Maciek Rakowski right back in 8th place at the moment. This is going to be an exciting race. This is definitely not over until they cross the line. The wind is picking up all the time. Some guys on some bigger gear, and we are seeing people getting very loose right now. Enrico Marotti with a point to prove. He's sitting right back in the overalls for this competition, but we know he is capable to throw down some big scores today. So Enrico Marotti rounding first. Then we've got Nico Goya. Then we've got Amado Vrieswijk. Then we've got Nico Preen. Then we've got the Patrick Riders. Oh, and Maciek's gone down. He's gone. Maciek Rakowski is in the runners-up final. He is no way coming back from that with this depth of field we've got here in this semi-final. So Maciek has gone. Nico Goya now deciding to put on the afterburners and show some proper speed. But Marotti's having none of it. No. Or is he? Another massive crash from Enrico Marotti. Ouch, that looks so painful. That could be his last boom has just gone. Nico Goya put on the pressure and he just looks so comfortable, but Enrico Marotti's gone. Amado Vrieswijk now, it's last man standing. Who we got left in this race? So Nico Goya still going. Who said foil racing wasn't exciting? Amado Vrieswijk. Then we've got Nico Preen. Let's keep a look out on the ones behind. Nico Goya is definitely winning this. Amado Vrieswijk second. Then we've got Nico Preen. And is it Michelle Becker in 4th place, or is that Alexander Kuzan? It looks like Becker. It is Becker, isn't it? Oh, just as I went to do that, it glitched out a bit, but it looks like Michelle Becker to me. Looks quite a big sail. Out in the front, though, Nico Goya round the last mark, and he's safely round. Then we've got Nico Preen, followed by Amado Vrieswijk. And then I'm pretty sure it's Michelle Becker.
2 big catapults here.
Wow. That was crazy. Maciek Rakowski, Enrico Marotti crashing out. I mean, the Maciek was already back in the pack, but that was crazy. The top 4 are quite well ahead, but there's some big gusts coming out, so we really need to see the whole lineup but I think the drone is getting outpaced. But out in front, Nico Goya will win it. Amado Vrieswijk second, Nico Preen third, and then it looks to me like it's Michelle Becker. So Nico Goya crosses the finish line. Then we've got Amado Vrieswijk. It is Nico Preen. And then we have, oh, it's a close one between the Patrick and Hooper. Wow. Whew, pretty tense stuff that.
I wonder if Maciek hit the rope or did he fall before the buoy?
I didn't actually see it. I just saw a crash. Let's have a look at the replay. But it was a bad start. They squeezed him out. Maciek was up early and they squeezed through. And Marotti with the best start. Amado Vrieswijk in the middle. And then Goya kind of comes through the middle as well. And then watch, I was going to say watch Becker. But Becker disappeared off now. Watch the bottom of your screen. How did he hold that? Michelle Becker somehow managed to hold it. And by holding it, I think that's what gave him a qualifying spot. Wow. And there was that first mark rounding. Everyone cleanly rounds. Well, yeah, here's where Maciek lost it, I think, coming into this jibe mark. Got super high on the foil trying to go inside. Bang! And then we lost Marotti on this reach. This was the Maciek crash, actually, from a different angle. Got super high on the foil. Just couldn't hold it. The wheels are coming off the Polish wagon right now. And here, watch Enrico.
Oh
just too high on the foil. And
big front wing to control in the gust, I think.
He's got a big front wing. We are hearing that, but that looked crazy right now. Wow. Okay, so it looks pretty savage out there, let's say. Tati Franz has been out there. He's just walked into the office. But
yeah, I will go sailing now.
Okay. Oda, thank you very much for joining me.
Yeah,
She's going to go for a freestyle sesh?
Yeah, I'll go out now.
All right, enjoy.
Looks like it's picking up, so it's perfect.
And we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you, my dear.
There we go. We're doing changing of the guards right now.
Teaching of the guards.
Oda, Johanna, obviously going to be coming up in the Freestyle World Cup later in the week. As we've got the big bruiser that is Tati Franz in the house. We've got the women's final. Is it coming up first?
No, losers finals first.
Oh, really? We're not going to do women's? Okay.
They will do the full fleet. No, I mean, first the men and then they do the women, no?
Okay.
In between.
I
think it's full, like the full, and then they do the...
Makes sense?
Yeah.
So we'll be going runners-up final. Usually they do the women in this gap.
Yeah.
But
the next one they will do like what they did yesterday. Yeah.
Okay.
It's nasty. It's getting nasty.
I was going to say, talk me through how it is out there.
For the fin, you will have no chance, believe me. In the buoys, it's pretty light. Like you don't see it, but it's pretty light.
What wind are we talking about? Give people an idea.
It's like 10, 15, 20 knots. And when you see the guys getting crashed because they get this lift from this 20 knots gust, so it's impossible to, I mean, for them it will be even worse to like keep it down. And then if you see the crashes with Enrico and Maciek, it's just the wind is getting like pretty pounded, you know?
Yeah.
And it's super choppy already. It's getting choppier already. Yeah. So
that's going to be interesting. Sarah Keeter obviously on the fin. She's leading by a good way, but it's picking up though, isn't it? It's definitely picking up. I've seen it even we saw the finals. We saw Enrico Marotti there, really go down heavy. Yeah. Psychologically, Enrico Marotti must be pretty broken right now because he's had
yesterday, I think.
That isn't one-off. No. That has happened a lot of times.
Yeah. But even yesterday when he broke the boom in the finish line, he was like he was pretty like I'm done with this. But
yeah. And he's still got 2 more days.
Yeah, 2 more days to go.
I mean, psychologically, that is a
days to go,
beating.
Yeah.
Right, runners-up final. It's official. Stallman in the losers' final. Maka, Kernam, Van der Berg, Hooper, Rakowski, Marotti, and Cousin. Marotti. He will be a broken man right now. He won Pozo. He looks so comfortable in Pozo.
Yeah. But if you go back to Legarda, he was almost, getting the podium and then he just lost it because of something.
He literally needed to stay where he was in that final and he would have been second.
Yeah.
Then he would have won Pozo. He'd be leading the world title race now. and the head is just totally different.
Yeah.
But literally, the wheels are falling off right now, aren't they? They are really
pretty special.
We saw him do an interview yesterday on the stream, and I commented on it at the time.
Yeah.
I could see him digesting what was happening to him, and he was almost doing it live in the interview, he was making excuses and then saying, well, that's not an excuse because it's the same for everyone. And you could see him bouncing from one to the other to try and understand what the hell was happening. It was a really interesting interview for me.
But I tell you, from Pozo to here, I thought Pozo was difficult, and then I come here, it's like, no way, this is not happening to me. You know, it's like bumpy, choppy, things are happening, people are crashing, and then it's like anything can happen. Until now, I don't see any rider being like this, like balanced. Everybody's like up and down, like huge. Only Johan, I think.
Mortafon and Giacchino seem to stand out.
And also Johan,
look at this, Mortafon, 6'6", 8'7", 6". I mean, in the finals, very consistent, but
Johan,
no big results.
But only Johan is like...
Giacchino, 3rd, okay, 14th, 6th, 5th, 7th.
Yeah.
He seems very steady.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, a lot of those top guys have had some steady performances, but then you've got guys like Bruno, last or 26th, first, then first in the runners-up final, first in the runners-up final, 3rd, and then now, 26 or something, crashed out. It's crazy. Johan,
I think Johan is the only, in my opinion, he's the only one who's like pretty much like steady.
I mean, Nicholas Goya, first in the runners-up final, first.
Yeah.
He looks in good form, doesn't he? I think I said it at the beginning of this competition.
Yeah. He's fast.
It's very hard to bet against. I think most people are going for second right now, and that sounds terrible, but I just feel he has got that extra gear.
He's pretty fast.
Yeah.
I had a hit with him, and we were going down, and he was just there like.
He looks
standing
so
there
relaxed.
like what?
He looks so comfortable.
Yeah, he's so comfortable. Yeah.
He looks like he's like having
teasing
a break.
us. Yeah.
He really does
definitely.
look like he's got another gear, and at the moment he's not using it. So I'm looking forward to someone push him and to see what his next gear looks like.
But who do you think can
Amado
push him?
could push him, but when Amado pushes, he's on the edge.
Yeah, but the only problem Amado is at the moment he has this medium wing, not the smallest wing.
Okay.
So that's a big issue.
Yeah, that is a big issue.
Yeah.
That is.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
25 seconds before the start.
Yeah, runners-up final. Stallman, Maka, Kornum, Van der Berg, Hooper, Rakowski, Marotti, Kozan. You'd expect Marotti, you'd expect Rakowski, but maybe Marotti's got some psychological damage, for want of a better expression. I honestly think it's going to mess with your head. Got 3 Pride riders in this. Macek down this pin end again. We've got Maka just above him. Macek not on the start again here, but maybe he thought that someone was over, but it doesn't look like it. Good start in the middle of the pack from Marotti and Maka. I'd be very scared to be behind Marotti right now, Maka. Maybe it is a... No?
That's France, Captain France.
He slowed down there. I thought maybe it was a overline early, but no. Just a touchdown, and look how much ground he lost by that touchdown. As they go downwind really into this, and Rakowski's not going to back down here. No. Rakowski is not going to back down, nor is Mariko Marotti. Hooper up that top end, and Stallman as they get squeezed into this first mark, and it is Macek round in first place. Then Enrico Marotti, good jive from Enrico.
Yes.
Then we've got Kozan coming through. We've got Stallman coming through. Kornum on the other Neil Pride. This is really a fight for first place. First in this runners-up final is a 9th in the overalls. So Marotti, he'll be getting flashbacks right now as he clashes into the water. Enrico.
Macek is just on the tail though.
He is. They're
and
both.
Kozan is like 3rd, I think, or 4th. 3rd.
Looking, very, very solid indeed as we come to this outside mark.
Macek will Jai first, yeah? No,
it's going to be Marotti round in first. Macek, I think, biding his time, it looks like. I could be wrong, but good jibe from both riders up there. Stallman, little bit bouncy, but Kozan. Exactly, Kozan over the front. Kornum coming through on that small Neil Pride. But the battle at the front between Enrico Marotti, Macek, Rakowski, 2 jibe marks to go. Macek making a little bit of a move here. Matchek maybe getting in position for an outside to inside jibe. He's going to push Enrico down and then maybe clear himself some room a little bit higher up. He's going for it, isn't he? He's really putting pressure on Marotti here. There's some real pressure on Enrico Marotti, and Marotti has got nowhere to go. He's going to have to do a wide jibe, and Matchek has not backed off. Marotti's going to have to go in tight. Matchek will probably end up round the outside here. This probably won't favour Matchek. No, and it doesn't. It favours Enrico. So Enrico held his line there, held his composure, and Matchek maybe could have backed off a little bit there.
And then squeezed on the inside.
Squeezed in. It looked like it. Not that I'm going to tell him how to race.
No, but I mean, you could have seen that. You could have
Enrico, I thought, most other people might have buckled under the pressure, but Enrico just held his line really solid through that jibe. Great racing from the guys at the moment as we come into this last jibe mark. This is for 9th place. Enrico Marotti seems to have cleared his head. Really solid jibe from Enrico. Oh, it's really going wrong for the Polish rider as Stallman comes through. And so does Kernam. And that has made life easy from Enrico Marotti. So, Matchek, Rakowski may be feeling the pressure because it's not going well today.
That's bad, yeah.
Been a bad start for Matchek. Rakowski. He's going to end up with double figures. Enrico Marotti, just a couple more 100 meters to go.
Relax. You saw
a
that?
little moment from Enrico. This is the runners-up final. So first in this gets a 9th place. So this will be a 9th in the 6th elimination from Enrico Marotti. It's not a bad result. It's still single digits. So best he could have done. 2nd place, Stallman. 10th place for him. Maybe his best result. Then we've got Kernam and Hooper going over the line together. Oh, Matchek really did drop back. Then we've got Vanderberg.
Then we got Matchek.
And then Matchek comes over. So he lost a lot of places there.
Who was 16? The last one, the French.
I mean, looking at the results, Matchek's already got a 16th. So that will be a counting result right there.
Unless we.
So that has been very bad for Matchek Rakowski and the overall.
Ooh.
Keep your eye on Alexander Kuzin coming in here in 4th place. There, just touched down, and it threw him right off balance. Maybe even hooked in, because you saw him go around with the rig. This was that jibe. I mean, this is steady from Enrico. Really just held his line, held his composure. Not easy to do that when you've got someone so close to you. And that was a difference maker there. Then Matchek came in, jibed too early, tried to straighten up.
And then you just missed the...
and then just couldn't keep it foiling.
That's the thing with the foil. Once you go down, like, it's, with the fin you can still save it. But with the foil, when you shut down, it just goes down.
Super tricky.
But it's tricky. But
so, next up?
The winner's final.
Whoa.
Who is that?
Tati Franz is just losing concentration
I'm focused.
For a moment.
I just said, who is that? It's nothing better.
It looks very sandy on the beach.
Yeah, very sandy. Come on, man.
Right. So we're waiting for the riders to line up. Do we have a winners final coming up? I'm just hesitating in case it was the women's winners final, but it's the men's.
It's the men's.
So it is going to be the men's winners final. So Iachino, Johan So, Mortafon, Benedetti, Goya, Vrieswijk, Preen, and Becker. Becker has definitely got it together
this is a
as we've gone more into this competition.
Yeah. Even yesterday, he pretty much like he was, I think, 5th or 4th, and then he just finished 2nd, no, in one of the races. Or third.
No, he's been blitzing. Okay, down the bottom end, we've got Matteo Iachino on the red sail. We're used to seeing him there. Nico Preen right down there with Becker, the 2 Germans, fighting it out together. Love to see this. Amado Vrieswijk a bit further up. Then we've got Mortafon in the middle of the pack.
Start.
And that is a perfect start from Mortafon. Or is it? It is a good start, but look at Nico Goya just a bit further up. And then we've got the beast, Benedetti as well. Not a good start from from Matteo Iachino, but it's a great start from Pierre Mortefon right in the middle of the pack, same as Nico Goya, but Amado Vrieswijk is powering through. Yeah. Amado Vrieswijk is putting on the speed now, and Amado is challenging Pierre Mortefon for that first mark rounded, and they are getting so close right now. Amado Vrieswijk was so on the bumper of Pierre Mortefon, but he's blitzed through. It's going to be Nico Goya and Johan So with Amado Vrieswijk going first, second and third. That was so close. The Beast pushed him. The Beast really did push Amado there. Nico Goya getting a moment, and it's bad news for Bonaire fans. Tati Frans is devastated, but it's good news for Denmark because Johan So just proved his nickname is very apt because the Beast just held it all the way through there. Nico Goya once again in the lead. Pierre Mortefon consistent as ever in third place. Then we've got Benedetti, we've got Matteo Iachino, Becker, Preen. They are all in the mix. No one is counted out just yet. This is early days. We've got plenty of wind blowing here in Fuerteventura. So first round Goya, then we've got the Beast, then Mortefon. The drone is up and in amongst it right here as all the riders look like they've made it safely round. Nico Preen further back, Becker, Matteo Iachino, but then up in the front, Benedetti making a move on Pierre Mortefon. So Benedetti is definitely a new name to watch on the PWA World Tour. He is making a name for himself here in Fuerteventura, but out in the lead, it is Nico Goya followed by the Beast. Nico Goya has got a very healthy lead here, but you wouldn't count Johan So making a challenge. He's only 19 years old from Denmark, and he is challenging the top guys in the world right now, sitting in second place in the competition. Nico Goya safely round, the Beast in second, safely round, Mortefon, Benedetti, Matteo Iachino. There's a real fight, and Nico Preen has gone down on that outside jibe mark. It's a little touchdown as Becker comes through, but he's back up again now. Amado Vrieswijk trying to fight his way back, but there's only one man out in front right now, and it is the guy on your screen. Nicolas Goya from France is absolutely toasting. He's got Johan So right behind him. Any mistakes from Goya, and So will be there. Goya safely round, a little bit of a wobble. The Beast safely round. Then we've got Nico Goya has gone down, and Johan So probably can't take that smile off his face right now. We didn't see it coming, but it happened. Anything can happen in these races. Johan So, the young lad from Denmark, is going to win surely this elimination number 6. What a mistake from Nicolas Goya there. Nicolas Goya makes the mistake. Pierre Mortefon, but look at the fight for third place between the two Italians. Matteo Iachino, Benedetti fighting out for third, and Matteo Iachino is pushing through. Out in front though, it is going to be the Beast to take the 6th elimination. Look at the battle for third. The Beast wins it. 6th elimination. Mortefon, is he going to get second? Benedetti and Matteo Iachino fighting it out for third. Becker is going to go through in about 5th place, and then another fight between Amado Vrieswijk and Hubert was that? Oh no, Goya, sorry. And then Preen follows it up. Wow.
So this
Don't take your eyes off the screen.
But this means that Johan will be first now.
Wow.
He will
Johan So is now leading here in Sotavento. After elimination number 6. Right. What a battle we have got.
Oh. That last mark is...
Wow. Oh, Maciej Rakowski bashing. Did he bash the camera there with that? Or was that just... Oh, he's not happy, Bunny. He is not happy, Bunny.
No, he is not.
Things are not happy. I see some comments saying he needs to juggle more balls. Come on, don't go there, guys. Don't go there. But what a battle. He's not happy, is he? There's things going on. I mean, as much as we kept saying it, Nico Goya's got this wrapped up. It's in the bag. And then we saw it. One mistake. We're going to have a look at the replays, and I can't wait for the replays of this race.
That was a hardcore
There we
crash.
go. That was the start. Mortefon pinged that start. Goya looked in control. We got Johan So further up, who obviously went on to win it. What happened here? There must have been a moment because we're seeing it.
What?
I'm going to say usually they slow-mo if something happened. Oh, yeah, that close one between Amado Vrieswijk and Mortefon. Those boys were going so close. And there was that. Oh, man, it was tight, wasn't it? Johan So just held his line.
Yeah, I don't think...
and Amado just couldn't hold it. The beast, I mean, that was where it was pretty much won. He wouldn't have been in the race if he'd have gone down there.
Yeah.
Crazy racing. This was the second jibe mark. So close. Drone was literally in the thick of it. And here was that other one with Benedetti and Mortefon. Preen, I think, went down on this jibe mark, went super wide, ended up going in. And here it is. Keep your eye on Nico Goya now. Does he breach? I think it was just a chop. It looked like he...
I think when your foil loses
traction, spin out or something looked wrong. But look at this close fight as well. That could have been Benedetti, depending where the finish line is.
Yeah.
Benedetti could have got that. It's very,
I think he
close.
got it because his board was further in the
here
front.
We go. Here's
you see?
Yeah, it looks like Benedetti.
Benedetti got it, yeah.
So the pin end of the line is the favoured end.
Favorite, yeah.
Wow.
So he got it.
Amazing.
So
amazing. Anyone who's ever questioned foil racing as being boring, take a check on yourself right now, because I mean, I have got one of the Finn masters with me. It's just a different discipline right now.
It is.
It's a different discipline.
Like not even if you push, you know, it's you almost going the same speed, and in the jibe you just lose like meters, you know. So
wow, that was
that was exciting actually.
Wow.
I mean, you jibe and then you just kind of like loses the...
I thought it was over.
For me,
can we have another look at that?
For me, it was also like the same.
I want to see that slow-mo. On that last mark, something happened.
I think once, you know, when you follow like this, the wing, and once you lose the drag from below, the board goes sideways and then you just
saw it go sideways, hit that chop, and then it stopped it.
I think is that what... I mean, pretty much happened, that the wing loses the power and then you...
Yeah, but so here we go. This is the last mark. Keep your eye on it. Can we slow-mo?
You see?
Oh, yeah. It was on the side.
Yeah, the wing...
But it lost the lift.
But if you go too far, like too far like this on the side...
Yeah, it loses forward lift.
Yes.
Or upward lift.
Yeah, like
and it kind of pushed him into the way.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so you have no more something like pushing you.
Let's have another look.
Look.
Wow.
You get this.
Yeah.
You see?
I mean, it's so...
And then you have no more like push.
Yeah.
From the...
You lose all your lift.
Yeah.
But on a weird angle.
Yeah. And then
or it even pushes you up into the wave because you're so sideways.
Yeah. So it's like...
That's crazy. That's crazy. I mean, amazing to watch. I mean, wow.
But why would you go up and just go down and relax and then you...
Okay, we got a Johan So interview. I'm looking forward to this. Let's go down to the beach.
Congratulations, Johan. You've been super close all week. How was it to finally take a win?
Yeah, it was a good fight, and I was a little bit lucky that Nico fell in just before the finish, but I was always there, right behind him, ready to go for it. I had a little moment in the first jibe, but I had to close the door, so I'm happy to take the win.
Cool. What went through your head when Nico crashed? Did you see it?
No, it was pretty quick. I couldn't see, like, there was not a lead up, like, so I just saw him crashing, and I thought, this is it, let's take it.
And what was going through your head down the last straight? Like, you know that everyone's chasing you. What's going on?
Yeah, well, it was pretty comfortable because I had a decent lead, I thought, so I was just taking it easy and just cruising it home. So that was nice.
And finally, how is it to take a win in front of your boss? Cookie's here watching the whole time. Is it a nice feeling?
Yeah, it's super nice. I was not as shaky as my first bullet in Silt, so I'm getting a little more used to it now.
Congratulations and good luck for the rest of the week.
Thank you.
There we go. That's good to see, isn't it? That's so good to see that the young guys are coming through. 19 years old, just done his exams. That's why he wasn't in Pozo, just for people who don't know. He's doing his exams. He's now got his second bullet on the PWA, and he is now leading this event.
Yeah.
I mean, he must be.
Yeah, he is.
Johan So, 2nd, 10th, 4th, second, now a first. He's got 12.7 points. Nicholas Goya will have 16 odd,
17.
Wow. Maybe more actually, because he dropped right back 7th. I think he finished in 7th. Six. Okay.
Amado and there was Nico, Amado, and then him. So
Okay.
it's 17. Yeah. So he will be leading.
And I love the way he talks. It reminds me of a Bjorn Dunkerback, does it not?
Like straight
it's
to
just,
the point.
You
get this, and then you. That's it. But I like him because he's so mellow. Like it's like
he's so chill.
He's so chill.
But he's very direct.
Yeah,
he's
direct.
Okay, we got an interview with Goya, so this will be very interesting. Over to Nico Goya on the beach to find out the lowdown.
Nico, what happened?
I was good. I was on a good speed. The wind was getting stronger and stronger. It was a bit sketchy on port. And out of that drive, I was on the swell. I lost back wing, so my nose would dive down after, and I crashed like an idiot. So a bit frustrating. Johan was pushing as well, so we're close. But anyway, that's a mistake I shouldn't be doing. So let's go for the next race, and yeah, I'm not super happy right now. A bit frustrated, so I'm going to win the next one.
Good luck, and yeah.
Yeah, love the compliment. Yeah.
I said I'd love the confidence.
That's a simple Nico. Like it's either he's on it or he's not on it.
It's so funny because he's definitely a guy who gives credit to everyone else when it's due. I've seen him in the IQ foil, and he doesn't agree with the one race format at the end.
Yeah.
And I think he actually gave it to another rider.
Yeah, I remember this one.
I can't remember who it was. Was it Sam Seals or someone? Or he basically went, no. You deserve it. I'm not going to win this.
Because the guy was leading and then he crashed.
He crashed
and
or
then
something.
And
he didn't think it was fair. And I thought, man, that just goes to show, like, a lot of people say all this shit, and then when they're in that position, they take advantage of it. But he hasn't done that, and he still gives it credit. So, I think that's really good testament to his character and how he is. And again, there he said, like, I made a stupid mistake, but Johan was pushing me, which is probably why it happened. And he knows it was his fault, but he also gives credit to Johan as well. So I think that's... that's good. That's good. This is what we like to see, and it's great for me to get the interviews as well. We're up here in the commentary booth. You can't always get to them or hear what they want to say, and that's what you guys at home definitely want to hear, because they're the guys that are on the water. We can give our commentary, but we want to hear from them. So he lost the back wing. So when you lose the back wing, it's exactly the same as spin out on a normal windsurfing fin. So your back wing goes, and then obviously you lose lift. Bang, nose goes down. See you later.
Alligator.
So there we go. I think we have a break now, do we? Until the next one. I'm just going to have a quick look. Official results then. Johan won. We do have another interview coming up, actually, so stay tuned. Mortafon was in second, Benedetti third. It was Benedetti that got the one over Giacchino. Becker fifth, Goya sixth. 7th for Amado and 8th Preen. That was the official results. But we will have more interviews, so don't go there. Oh, we got Roberto Hoffman. The Hofmeister. Ooh. Let's go and have a chat with the Hoff.
So I'm here with Roberto Hoffman. He's been on the beach all week doing the commentary on the beach.
Yeah.
How is it? How is it to be in Fuerte?
Yeah, it's nice to be back, after 3 years. I come here with a group in April for coaching, but for the competition, it's exciting to be back. And the nice thing is that for everybody, it's a new territory, because nobody ever competed here on foil. So you still, I talk a lot to the sailors, and the sailors still tell me, even the best guys in the world, I'm starting to get tuned in now, because, it's everything is different with the foil in these conditions. But we're lucky with the wind. I think it's actually what makes it exciting, especially yesterday, because still it's like on the edge between fin and foil. So some guys go on the fin, some on the foil. Even though it's a little bit confusing for some of the spectators that ask me why some go with the fin and why some go with the foil, and I have to explain them that it's kind of everybody has a free choice. But I think it's very exciting for the spectators. The racers enjoy it. We are lucky that so far we had no injuries. I think the guys sail all pretty safe, so it all looks really good. And it's great to be back in such a historic place, because especially this year it's the 35th edition of this competition, and this is kind of very iconic, I would say. So it's good to be back.
How many years have you been coming here?
I've been, early 2000s I was competing myself, and then it kind of evolved in a way that I started to commentate. and I always really liked it. So it must be 20 years or something. So I really know this place. And I have to say, I mean, you guys probably can show it, but the sad thing about it is the erosion of the beach. That we hardly have any beach anymore. I mean, if you see pics from like 10, 15 years ago, I'm not joking, the beach was where we have the first jibe mark, you know. That's like, that is, the nature takes things back, you know, and but otherwise it's wind-wise, this is just a wind machine here. I mean, it's been windy. I know before we arrived for the winging, it's windy for the slalom, it looks windy for the freestyle, so that is a nice thing about it. You don't have to worry about the wind.
Do you have a favorite memory from Puerto?
Competitor favorite?
Either?
No, I mean, I like, obviously I hang around a lot with Italians, so I obviously like Matteo. I really like Daniele Benedetti. He's a newcomer, he never really competed and he's doing super well. He just did the final now. And so I hang around a lot with Italians, but I think I like most of the competitors. They're great guys and it's good to hang around with them, and they're great sportives, you know. It's not like in the old days they were partying until 5 o'clock in the morning then coming to the beach. These are real athletes. They watch what they eat, they go sleep early, they make fitness, you know, so it's good to have real athletes around.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Guys, and hi to everybody. Thanks. Okay. Bye-bye. See you. Bye-bye.
There you go, Tati. What do you make of that? He said the real athletes are now here. Back in the day when I was doing it, apparently, we weren't real athletes. We were just partying every day.
Oh.
No, times have changed, though, to be fair. There was a lot more shenanigans and crazy stuff going on back in the day. I can definitely tell you that.
Yeah.
Now it's like a cup of tea and an early to bed for a lot of guys. But yeah, interesting. I mean, the Hoff has been here for quite a few years, that's for sure. There's a few comments saying Tati Franz isn't wearing any clothes, and that is correct. It's very hot in the commentary booth.
What?
He's totally naked.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Show the camera.
Don't look now.
Show the camera, man.
No.
Look at this. I'm fresh.
Look at this.
I'm fresh.
He's like, we got these vests when we got these wife beater vests for whenever all the competitors signed up. No one can wear them. This guy pulls it off. Just looks like he's just strutting around the beach. Everyone else has put it on. It's like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
I was going to give it to the missus because it's got an easy access to the baby nipple. All right, we have got more interviews coming up on the beach.
Sponsor-wise, I
Somewhere.
need to have a hat on. Yeah.
Okay, more interviews coming now.
So a few of you might recognise my voice. I'm Sarah Jackson. I have been doing the interviews this week. I'm here. I was meant to be competing. I broke my collarbone 2 months ago. I was hoping to be back to race. I did my first 2 races. It just wasn't good enough. It wasn't ready, which is a real shame. But I'm having a lot of fun with the guys, doing some of the interviews, chatting to my friends on the beach, so it's been really fun. We're now going to take a short break and we'll be back with action at 3:30.
Okay, so I think that is it. We're going to have a break now. It's probably not far off, like 40-50 minute break. Everything will be on the screen. Stay tuned to the channel. We have got more action coming. This man, is he going to be in action? Are you going back out?
Yeah.
Of course he is.
I'm going to go back out, man. I'm going to go on the fin all day.
Yeah, well, he's going to be on the fin. So we're going to have women action coming up this afternoon. They've had to slow the women's fleet down because they only allowed a maximum of 15 races. So that is it. Stay tuned. We'll be back. Some crazy racing. Johan So now leading this competition. Tati Franz going to go and put some pants on.
I have pants on. Come on. Show me your chest. Later.
Un gesto puede despertar tu felicidad. Podemos sentir amor a través de una fragancia. Un pequeño detalle tiene un valor incalculable. ¿Y si pudiéramos despertar el alma de las cosas poniendo toda nuestra pasión, todos nuestros sentimientos en ello? Bienvenido al lugar donde todo tiene alma. Meliá Hotels and Resorts. Soul Matters.
Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. We offer the latest rental gear. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
I have a secret. Beaches, beaches, and more beaches. Wild and unspoiled nature. Experiences. Sensations. Stories. Taste. Fuerteventura is my secret. Shh.
Here, everything is designed with you in mind. From our distinctive private areas to our most privileged suites, where light and colours evoke a distinctive sense of peace. Step into another world with The Level. Book now, melia.com.
Olvídate del reloj. En esta isla no hay plazos, sino momentos. Esta es la isla de los horizontes. Y tu única tarea, coleccionar atardeceres, pasar tiempo con los tuyos, contar estrellas fugaces. Puedes estar aquí en un instante y saborear la quietud de sus días. Llenar esos días de historia, Un cielo azul sin límites, donde el mar es puerta y no barrera. Que guía tus pasos a lugares recónditos, siguiendo el arrullo de las olas. Haz las maletas. La isla quiere que vuelvas. Fuerteventura, abierto todo el año.
The Fuerteventura World Cup looks back on a long tradition. World speed records in windsurfing have been set. Legendary slalom races held. And freestyle world champions have been crowned. In kiteboarding, we have seen hang time records. We have seen incredible strapless tricks. As well as exhilarating kiteboarding freestyle world championships. And just like the sporting part of the event, the evening parties have become legendary. For the 35th anniversary, windsurfers will compete in the disciplines of freestyle and slalom, with men and women alike as part of the PWA World Tour. For the first time, the wingfoilers of the GWA World Tour will carry out their competitions at the Fuerteventura World Cup. They will also compete in two disciplines, free fly slalom and surf freestyle.
Un gesto puede despertar tu felicidad. Podemos sentir amor a través de una fragancia. Un pequeño detalle tiene un valor incalculable. ¿Y si pudiéramos despertar el alma de las cosas poniendo toda nuestra pasión, todos nuestros sentimientos en ello? Bienvenido al lugar donde todo tiene alma. Meliá Hotels and Resorts. Soul Matters.
Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. We offer the latest rental gear. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
I have a secret. Beaches, beaches, and more beaches. Wild and unspoiled nature. Experiences. Sensations. Stories. Taste. Fuerteventura is my secret. Shh.
Here, everything is designed with you in mind. From our distinctive private areas to our most privileged suites, where light and colours evoke a distinctive sense of peace. Step into another world with The Level. Book now, melia.com.
Olvídate del reloj. En esta isla no hay plazos, sino momentos. Esta es la isla de los horizontes. Y tu única tarea, coleccionar atardeceres, pasar tiempo con los tuyos, contar estrellas fugaces. Puedes estar aquí en un instante y saborear la quietud de esos días. Llenar esos días de historia. Un cielo azul sin límites, donde el mar es puerta y no barrera. Que guía tus pasos a lugares recónditos, siguiendo el arrullo de las olas. Haz las maletas. La isla quiere que vuelvas. Fuerteventura, abierto todo el año.
The Fuerteventura World Cup looks back on a long tradition. World speed records in windsurfing have been set. Legendary slalom races held. And freestyle world champions have been crowned. In kiteboarding, we have seen hang time records. We have seen incredible strapless tricks. As well as exhilarating kiteboarding freestyle world championships. And just like the sporting part of the event, the evening parties have become legendary. For the 35th anniversary, windsurfers will compete in the disciplines of freestyle and slalom, with men and women alike as part of the PWA World Tour. For the first time, the wingfoilers of the GWA World Tour will carry out their competitions at the Fuerteventura World Cup. They will also compete in 2 disciplines, free fly slalom and surf freestyle.
Un gesto puede despertar tu felicidad. Podemos sentir amor a través de una fragancia. Un pequeño detalle tiene un valor incalculable. ¿Y si pudiéramos despertar el alma de las cosas poniendo toda nuestra pasión, todos nuestros sentimientos en ello? Bienvenido al lugar donde todo tiene alma. Meliá Hotels and Resorts. Soul Matters.
Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. We offer the latest rental gear. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
I have a secret. Beaches, beaches, and more beaches. Wild and unspoiled nature. Experiences. Sensations. Stories. Taste. Fuerteventura is my secret. Shh.
Here, everything is designed with you in mind. From our distinctive private areas to our most privileged suites. where light and colours evoke a distinctive sense of peace. Step into another world with The Level. Book now, melia.com.
Olvídate del reloj. En esta isla no hay plazos, sino momentos. Esta es la isla de los horizontes. Y tu única tarea, coleccionar atardeceres, pasar tiempo con los tuyos, contar estrellas fugaces. Puedes estar aquí en un instante y saborear la quietud de sus días. Llenar esos días de historia. Un cielo azul sin límites, donde el mar es puerta y no barrera, que guía tus pasos a lugares recónditos, siguiendo el arrullo de las olas. Haz las maletas. La isla quiere que vuelvas. Fuerteventura, abierto todo el año.
The Fuerteventura World Cup looks back on a long tradition. World speed records in windsurfing have been set. Legendary slalom races held. And freestyle world champions have been crowned. In kiteboarding, we have seen hang time records. We have seen incredible strapless tricks. As well as exhilarating kiteboarding freestyle world championships. And just like the sporting part of the event, the evening parties have become legendary. For the 35th anniversary, windsurfers will compete in the disciplines of freestyle and slalom, with men and women alike as part of the PWA World Tour. For the first time, the wingfoilers of the GWA World Tour will carry out their competitions at the Fuerteventura World Cup. They will also compete in two disciplines, free fly slalom and surf freestyle.
Un gesto puede despertar tu felicidad. Podemos sentir amor a través de una fragancia. Un pequeño detalle tiene un valor incalculable. ¿Y si pudiéramos despertar el alma de las cosas poniendo toda nuestra pasión, todos nuestros sentimientos en ello? Bienvenido al lugar donde todo tiene alma. Meliá Hotels and Resorts. Soul Matters.
Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. We offer the latest rental gear. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
I have a secret. Beaches, beaches, and more beaches. Wild and unspoiled nature. Experiences. Sensations. Stories. Taste. Fuerteventura is my secret. Shh.
Here, everything is designed with you in mind. From our distinctive private areas, for our most privileged suites, where light and colours evoke a distinctive sense of peace. Step into another world with The Level. Book now, melia.com.
Olvídate del reloj. En esta isla no hay plazo, sino momentos. Esta es la isla de los horizontes. Y tu única tarea, coleccionar atardeceres, pasar tiempo con los tuyos, contar estrellas fugaces. Puedes estar aquí en un instante y saborear la quietud de sus días. Llenar esos días de historia. Un cielo azul sin límites, donde el mar es puerta y no barrera, que guía tus pasos a lugares recónditos, siguiendo el arrullo de las olas. Haz las maletas. La isla quiere que vuelvas. Fuerteventura, abierto todo el año.
The Fuerteventura World Cup looks back on a long tradition. World speed records in windsurfing have been set. Legendary slalom races held. And freestyle world champions have been crowned. In kiteboarding, we have seen hang time records. We have seen incredible strapless tricks. As well as exhilarating kiteboarding freestyle world championships. And just like the sporting part of the event, the evening parties have become legendary. For the 35th anniversary, windsurfers will compete in the disciplines of freestyle and slalom, with men and women alike as part of the PWA World Tour. For the first time, the wingfoilers of the GWA World Tour will carry out their competitions at the Fuerteventura World Cup. They will also compete in two disciplines, free fly slalom and surf freestyle.
Okay, so we are back. And it looks like the postponement flag is up, but I don't think it's going to be up for long. We will be going back into sequence very soon for the 7th and final elimination on day number 3 here in Sotavento Beach, Fuerteventura. We have had, sorry, I'm just trying to cut down on, yeah, so that's what I was looking. We're going to have 2 women's eliminations, and we should be on. So I'm looking forward to that. Let's... Okay, so just looking out to see, postponement flag is up on the boat. I think we should look at the results. I think that's probably the best way to look at it. Okay, let's have a look at the results. Nico Goya is obviously not leading at the moment. There's been a bit of a change at the top. It's here on that last one. Johan So, the young guy from Denmark, is now leading, and he's got quite a healthy lead, I tell you. 5 points, well, 4 and a bit points actually, but he's looking pretty good at the top. Nicholas Goya is still up there, still in second place on 17.1 points. Then we've got Amardo Vrieswijk in third place, 23 points, and Matteo Iachino, steady as a rock, he's been 25 points, and Pierre Mortefon, again another guy who's been super steady, 27 points. So they're still all there, aren't they? They're still all there for a podium place. Amardo Vrieswijk has got that third place at the moment, but that could change pretty quickly, just a couple of points in the mix. Okay, I'm going to take a... Okay, I think I found out the problem. I apologise, Roy. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Rookie error from me in the commentary booth. I had the volume on the TV. I thought I was going mad. I was hearing myself twice, but we sorted that problem out. Right, now I can actually concentrate. Postponement flag is up. Don't need to worry. Let me know in the comments who is tuning in, who you're rooting for. Losing it. I'm definitely losing it. We've got some wind out on the course. It looks like it might have dropped off a little bit though, compared to what we had for that the last elimination. The last elimination was pretty breezy. We saw some crazy fights going down. I mean, the big one was Nicholas Goya. We thought he'd won it. He looked, all intents and purposes, he had won it. He'd gone round the last mark. He'd made the jibe. He was pretty much home and dry, excuse the pun, because he ended up getting pretty wet. I spoke to him before, and he said that the back end basically cavitated and spun out, so the rear wing lost grip. He says it's because, I think he said the sail, he looked at the replay and he's kind of worked it out almost afterwards. The sail caught the foot strap, so as he yanked to get the sail off the foot strap, he loaded up the back fin, and that's what gave it a spin out, and that's what put him in the water. So yeah, interesting. We're probably going to have a more light wind elimination. We're getting later in the day here. The wind doesn't usually pick up late. It usually maybe has a little drop off, goes a bit more patchy. We've had that one good elimination in the wind, and this last one, well, it might be a little bit more sketchy. We've still got wind out there. The riders are getting ready. We're going to see 2 finals from the women mixed in. So it's going to be like we had on the first day. So first heat will come up, then we'll have a women's final, then we'll run all the way through to the semi-finals, and at the end of the second semi-final for the men, we will run the second women's final, and then we will do runners-up final and winners final and men, and that will be it for the day. And we will have to see how the leaderboard looks, because at the moment Johan So is looking very good, but he's going to have to make the final to guarantee it, because his discard at the moment is, oh, actually I'm not, what am I talking about? We're going to have another discard at the end of this, because this is the 7th elimination, so another discard will come into play, and that won't really help Johan, because the guy behind him, Nicholas Goya, has a 9th on his discard. So if he discards a 9th, he will have 8.1 points. So 8.1, that's how we're really starting this elimination, if you think about it. And Johan So has got a 4th to discard, so he will have 8.7. Yes, it's going to be very close. It's going to be very close. Who beats who, if they're inside the top 4, will probably determine who will be leading at the end of this round. Amado Vrieswijk will have a discard of an 8th to come, so he will close the gap, but he really needs a good result in this one. That 7th has hurt him a little bit, really. Without that 7th, he was right in the mix for maybe even winning this competition. That could still all happen and could still all change. Let's have a look at the comments on YouTube. What we got Brenda tuning in, says watching from Ontario in Canada. Are you going outside? That's my only Canadian word I know. Out. Stormy day here. At least there's some great windsurfing to watch. Yes, it's been some pretty epic footage. You cannot deny that. Been some amazing conditions, and I think it's probably could be. We don't know what's going to happen in the future, but this could be the event that we all look back on and say this was the event, this was the one, because at the moment they're all battling with quite big foils, which means they're really on the edge, which means if they want to win, they are going through like that comfort zone. They are outside the well and truly outside their comfort zone, and that is what is causing all this craziness that we're seeing. And as I said earlier, you know, there's not many races and sports in the world where people can just explode at any point, and those guys or girls are putting themselves in that situation where that happens. I mean, yes, it's water, but as you know, if you're a windsurfer, which you obviously all are, it's a blimmin' hard crash when you hit the water, when you're strapped to your gear, when you hit the gear, when, you know, it is pretty nasty stuff. So these guys and girls are really putting themselves through it, and it's definitely for our entertainment, because this has been, I'm going to put it out there, this has been the best racing I've seen. This has been consistently the best racing I've seen over these first 2 to 3 days. It has had everything in it, you know, drama, unexpected crashes, you know, great racing, different winners. We have definitely had everything. So yeah, blooming good to see, really good to see. And what we need now is some sugar daddy to come in and take the tour to the next level. Yes, because the only way to get better from this is probably a bit more money, and then some other windy locations around the world. That would do it, wouldn't it? I've heard Saudi Arabia are throwing some money around. Well, we're not going to get involved with them, are we? Or are we? Maybe. That's how the results are looking at the moment. There we go. Johan So, the beast. He wasn't in Pozo, but he's making up for it here in Fuerteventura, that's for sure. He is a big fella. If you've never seen him before, you saw the interview. He is like Arnold Schwarzenegger. There's no questions about it. I know Arnie's Austrian or wherever he's from, but there's definitely some similarities, or even Bjorn Dunkerbeck for a closer matchup. But he's sitting on 12.7 points. Nicholas Goya, definitely not counting him out just yet. A little bit of a mistake in the last one has cost him the event lead, sitting in second place. And we've got Amado Vrieswijk looking very tasty there, 23 points, and he can do some damage, but then it's really close. Giacchino, Mortafon all ready to pounce, and Maciej Rakowski with not a good day on the water, and he has drifted back to sixth place. Michel Becker has been one of the movers in the last couple of days, and he has gone up the leaderboard, up into seventh now, and he has been really one of the standout riders for me, maybe one of the wild cards this year, who was really you know, thrown it down when he needs to. I'm going to do a podcast with Michelle after this competition. I'm going to talk through Pozo and Fuerteventura. I think it'll be an interesting chat. We did one before the first one in Lake Garda. We never knew what was going to happen, and then he went out and bashed out some amazing results there. So it was kind of a lucky dip, but it's been pretty cool. Got Ricardo Campello on YouTube saying sickest racing, and this guy, you know, Ricardo, one of the best wave sailors in the world, obviously back in the day one of the best freestylers in the world. He can race as well. When we did the Supercross and the indoor as well, Ricardo can race, no doubt about it. If he was a bit bigger, it would be quite interesting to see what he could do on the race course as well. We've got Killian saying Becca is a machine. Stream Factory, all the PWA racers are improving so much at the moment on the foil racing gear. Really good for windsurfing. Interesting to see, right? Stream Factory, Finn, that is, who's a decent drone pilot as well, actually. He was like 100%, I would say even 110% against foiling. Against it, like, that's just rubbish, never going to do it, what a load of crap. He has now totally switched like 180 degrees, and he is now all in on foiling, loves it, think it's the best thing since sliced bread. He is just all over it. You've seen him in the comments, he is going for it. And he was a good sailor back in the day. I mean, he's put on a few pounds since then, you know. I'm only kidding. But we have got a Z flag on the boat, and that's not good news. Literally, as we came online, we were about to go. The wind, someone just hit the eject button and it disappeared. It literally just crashed out. So it really doesn't look good right now. I don't know if the wind has gone too east, or no, the other way, west, whatever the other direction is, offshore, and maybe it's just shut it down, but it really has just disappeared. I think some of the riders will do well to get back to the beach. It's literally just turned off, like someone's flipped a switch. There we go, Stream Factory. True, I was so much against it 1 year ago. Literally, he went to Tenerife, watched the racing, watching the PWA stuff, and is now got a foil, got into it, and now he's just all over it. He's probably one of the biggest foil supporters. Interesting to see, just to give it out there, because I'm sure there's a few of you out there that you know, maybe not 100% with the foil. But I mean, one thing you cannot deny, it has thrown up, like I said, some of the best races we have ever seen, I would say. You know, obviously fin racing has its place. There's had some amazing epic battles over the years, and I'm sure we will see them again. But at the moment, foiling is definitely the safer bet. If you're an event organizer, you've spent over 100 grand, I would guess, you know, organising an event, which it is for these big events with the party tents and everything else, way over 100 grand, you know, maybe into the double hundreds if it's a big event, and you want to guarantee that you've got some action on the water. You don't want to be all your riders, all the prize money sitting there waiting for wind. You want to be out there doing stuff, and definitely foiling gives us the best chance of that. Obviously, if there's no wind, you can't do anything, but foiling is 100%. I have been in Korea where we have restarted a race, I think it was like 17 times. Maybe I'm exaggerating, it was at least 13, but I'm pretty sure we got to 17 restarts. I was pulling my hair out, and I kind of blame the PWA for my lack of hair these days, because that type of racing was absolutely, it was just killing. It is a killer. You just wanted things to happen, and you know, things were getting cancelled. And I think it's easy to forget those moments. You know, I want to see fin racing come back, but if I want it to come back, I want to see some waves thrown in. I want to see some proper high wind stuff. I think that could be a really good way to go. Maybe even we chuck in a couple of sausages near the end of the race just to add a little bit of something. You know, we use the fin for what it's good for, and it's beach starts, you know, maybe even beach finishes. You know, really have some fun with it. Like it can be serious racing, but there's no reason why you can't get it really, really close to the beach, because that is one thing you cannot do with foil racing. You know, it can't come right into the beach. So I think you've got to use your strengths of what you can do, and I think that could be definitely the future. You can have this foiling racing slalom tour, and you can have the fin racing tour, which could be a bit more experimental. I don't know. It'd be really interesting to hear you guys at home's comments. You know, there's nothing wrong. You can have proper slalom race on the fin. You can do lots of things, but it's down to event organisers. The PWA runs with event organisers. If the event organisers guarantee a race, they're going to choose foil. I'll just tell you now. So if there's any event organisers out there, let's put it in. Put it in. Put it in the comments. Let's have a look. There we go. That's what's happened. Literally, someone has hit the off switch. Not good news if we were tuning in for some racing, though. Right, well, Okay, we hopefully might get someone to come and join me, but if not, we might even play some recaps from some of the earlier races, because if you missed that, you missed a treat. It was drama till the very last reach, and like I said, if you look at the results, yeah, Johan So at the top of the table. I mean, it's really interesting to see. There we go, Maciek Rakowski. Definitely not his best day on the water. What did he have today? He had a 14th, yeah, and he's counting that 14th. So he will definitely want another discard, but he wanted a good result today, and then he could have discarded a 10th. Now he's going to have to carry that 10th all the way through. So I'm not saying his podium challenge is over, but it is very much harder. I tell you what, just had a load of breeze just coming in, and the roof is lifting off. Hang on. Shit. Hang on. We've got it. Oh, shit. Someone come and save me. Shit. You got it? Sorry. Apologies. The wind just came back from a different angle, and our commentary booth nearly just took off. Shit. There's a big metal pole holding it up. Anyway, nobody died. We're still there. We're still going. So racing is delayed. The wind is coming from onshore right now, which is very odd. I'd imagine some of those sails are going to flip round, which could be pretty dangerous when you think how many foils are sitting around. So everyone's going to be kind of making sure everything is secure. Okay, well, I think what we can do is I think we can take a little break. I'll leave you with the views of the zero wind at the moment, because I think we might be here for a little bit of a while. But if I do find someone to chat to, I'll be coming straight back. But I'll leave you with some views of the beach. There's some interesting stuff going on. I'm going to go and try and fix my commentary booth. I'll see you soon.
Un gesto puede despertar tu felicidad. Podemos sentir amor a través de una fragancia. Un pequeño detalle tiene un valor incalculable. ¿Y si pudiéramos despertar el alma de las cosas poniendo toda nuestra pasión, todos nuestros sentimientos en ello? Bienvenido al lugar donde todo tiene alma. Meliá Hotels and Resorts. Soul Matters.
Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. We offer the latest rental gear. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
I have a secret. Beaches, beaches, and more beaches. Wild and unspoiled nature. Experiences. Sensations. Stories. Taste. Fuerteventura is my secret. Shh.
Here, everything is designed with you in mind. From our distinctive private areas to our most privileged suites, where light and colours evoke a distinctive sense of peace. Step into another world with The Level. Book now, melia.com.
Olvídate del reloj. En esta isla no hay plazos, sino momentos. Esta es la isla de los horizontes. Y tu única tarea, coleccionar atardeceres, pasar tiempo con los tuyos, contar estrellas fugaces. Puedes estar aquí en un instante y saborear la quietud de sus días. Llenar esos días de historia. Un cielo azul sin límites, donde el mar es puerta y no barrera, que guía tus pasos a lugares recónditos, siguiendo el arrullo de las olas. Haz las maletas. La isla quiere que vuelvas. Fuerteventura, abierto todo el año.
The Fuerteventura World Cup looks back on a long tradition. World speed records in windsurfing have been set. Legendary slalom races held. And freestyle world champions have been crowned. In kiteboarding, we have seen hang time records. We have seen incredible strapless tricks. As well as exhilarating kiteboarding freestyle world championships. And just like the sporting part of the event, the evening parties have become legendary. For the 35th anniversary, windsurfers will compete in the disciplines of freestyle and slalom, with men and women alike as part of the PWA World Tour. For the first time, the wing foilers of the GWA World Tour will carry out their competitions at the Fuerteventura.
Okay, so we are back, but we're not back in with action. This is actually yesterday's action, and I am joined in the booth with this man here, Nico Goya. He's been the talk of the town since actually before we got here. You did 41 knots on the day before the competition on the foil. That's a world record in GPS speak.
Yeah, it's absolutely there.
The highest number we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, like, we've been like working for the 40-knot challenge on the foil for quite some time. Of course, that's not 500 meters, as many people say and everything, but still that's the first achievement that we wanted to go through. Next one is to do the 40 knots on 500 meters, and it will come, I'm sure. And yeah, I did it also with the same gear as I was using yesterday on the final. Yeah, so it's basically some slalom gear that is doing 41 knots, so that's pretty nice.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy. Well, we're going to take a look at the final. Elimination 5 was yesterday. We're also going to take a look at Elimination 6. We're going to talk it through with the man himself. Obviously, you had a good day on the water yesterday. 3 first places. You were obviously feeling pretty. You looked really relaxed yesterday.
Yeah, I was feeling relaxed. On the first race, I was with kind of same gear as the others because I was with 475 wing and the 5.5. So that's kind of like a fair play. And then, like, as I'm not doing the World Tour this year, I'm only doing Fuerte and PWA Zilt. I decided to go with my 2 small wings. In Zilt, I might get fucked a bit.
What's your small? Let's have a look at that final. We'll talk about it when you go. But you've got what have you got registered?
360 wing and 475 wing.
Okay.
So.
And in this one, obviously, you have 360 wing.
Yeah, with 4.5 sail.
So 4.5. You are 3rd rider from the top, just above the Neil Pride.
And just below the best.
Yeah.
I think that was, and Bruno just below me, and he was really fast on semi-final before that. I'm not sure I had a good start on this one. I don't remember. So
you're not pushing the starts, are you? Let's face
because like really I was feeling fast with small gear. I was obviously fast, and so I was not taking any risk on the start. Like, I mean, this morning I took a risk on the start. I just crushed the start, but on that final I was speedy enough not to be taking any risk.
But look at the speed. I mean, you just absolutely smoked them.
Yeah, on this race I did my best speed of the day. Yesterday I did 36 knots. On the first race.
36. I mean, that's insane. There's people out there who haven't been past 23, 24 knots, you know.
Yeah, and so I managed to take the lead, be in front, and Mate was 2nd, Bruno 3rd, Nico 4, I think.
Yeah. Do you look behind you at all? Are you having a quick look? Or
I'm able to do it on starboard when we're going down the ridge and down the chops. Bruno was really pushing.
Yeah.
I could see him like with the 5.7, and I know Bruno, and you can see him. He's just like going up and down all the time, but he's just pushing. Like he was a beast yesterday. The way he was pushing was impressive.
Yeah.
And I was looking yesterday at how Johan came back on his final because he didn't have the best start. He managed to come back to 2nd.
Yeah.
Which is impressive.
Yeah, like you say, like whenever I look behind me on a foil, I end up doing something stupid. So
on port, there was some swell plus chop and everything at the same time. That's pretty hard to look behind because that's really moving a lot. So you need to be super focused. On starboard, it's like, let's say, easier. But Bruno even can say it, I think, in a few seconds from now.
Yeah, keep your eye on Bruno.
Bruno is coming down now. He's there.
So what happens there? Maybe you're trying to explain to people, what is that?
I think basically he's on 5.7, so it's a big sail. He has a big wing as well. He has a 590 wing, which is like pretty big. And I think when they're pushing it down, like maybe the wing is flexing a bit, and they're losing a bit of roll stability. And from that point, he just loses like the drive.
Yeah.
So he just needs to get down to release a bit of pressure.
Keep your eye on this battle behind. There's one with Bruno.
Oh.
Let's have a replay of that.
Yeah.
I know the guys are downstairs, so maybe let's have a little replay of that because you are home and dry at the moment.
Yeah. Matteo clearly fell on his own. He did a technical mistake.
Yeah.
And then there was a big battle between Maciek and Nico.
Yeah, big battle.
And then you can. Oh yeah, here we are.
Yeah, so this is the final. So Bruno.
So here we can see, like, Nico is in 4th position. I think he's going to take. Johan is overtaking Nico on the ridge.
Yeah, this is the one. This is the replay of that one before. But this jibe mark, we're going to have another look at this jibe mark, and let's slow it down because there was a couple of big instances behind you, which I know you would have watched the live stream back and sort of seen them.
So here Nico is in the middle of the screen, in the sun, and you can see Maciek with a bit of the pink sail.
Yes,
so,
behind him.
Yeah, and basically Nico just says that he cannot get inside Johan because that's not fair, and then you can see Maciek just getting full into it, but with his back getting the crew of Nico, and that's pretty dirty, to be fair. I don't like this kind of sailing.
No, that was like bumper cars.
Yeah, that wasn't clean at all, and this is something like that we should avoid.
Yeah, because that could have been nasty, to be fair. You know, it didn't end up nasty in the end, but obviously it ended up bad for Nico Preen.
I mean, he just crashed, but the way it happened is like it's not respectful.
Okay, no, I'll give you that. But you're at this point, you're pretty relaxed, I'm guessing.
I was relaxed, but still there, I did like a small mistake on this jibe, and like just out of the shop, I just felt my board just went on the side, but still it was fine.
Yeah. And then we've got like this battle between the two.
And then Bruno disappears.
I mean, I thought he'd gone at that point. At this point, I'm like, oh, he's gone.
No,
and then
he was still there.
He's still going, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, crazy.
And the two boys there was on 5.8 and 5.7. I think it was gusting over 30 knots.
And what were you on?
4.5.
4.5, man.
I was pretty comfortable on 4.5, and the guys were just like...
Bruno pops up down the bottom.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, that was a good final.
I mean, we've had some epic finals. And Maciek there, which...
Yeah, Michel 5, Pierre 6, Matteo 7, and Nico 8.
Yeah, it has thrown up some really, really interesting races. And okay, we're going to have a look at, I think it just goes straight to replays from that race, so we'll get to see a couple more of those moments. But 36 knots on the first reach. I mean, you literally cruised past them. It was kind of incredible to watch, like real time. I thought, oh, Nico's had a bad start, and then you just went.
Yeah, I think one of the races where I was most surprised by the speed was one of the semi-final. I was like 6 out of the second jibe. I just passed through them in between Pierre and Johan. I was just like, with a small gauge, was just like, I knew like from training that I was able to put 2-3 knots of difference.
Yeah, I mean that's like so much. You talk about that as if it's normal. Having 2 knots on someone is insane.
Yeah, that's clearly what's happening now.
Yeah, wow. Is that down to the front wing? Obviously you are a top sailor, don't get me wrong, but how much do you put that down to equipment? How much do you put it down to what you've been working on?
I mean, from what I saw, like even today with the 475, even on the first race of yesterday, I'm really quick even with 475, which is basically the same size as what users are using.
Yes.
And still I'm a bit faster than the user. I would say half a knot or not faster.
Yeah, okay.
So I think the small wing is giving 1 knot extra.
Yeah.
But then on the jibe, it's a bit more tricky because you have a bit less power to turn quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, look at the jibe here.
That one with Matteo. I mean, I'm glad Bruno stayed up then because it, like you say, it was Matteo's mistake, and in the end, it didn't cost Bruno. So,
I saw that. I remember I turned my head and I saw the clue of Matteo getting in the face of Bruno. Yeah.
He did well to hold on there, and then this was the great battle, the two beasts, because literally Bruno. I mean, I call the beast Johan So, but I mean,
no, they're both
Bruno is just as big a beast as he is. It's crazy. Really interesting. There's been some great battles. And then I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the final we just had this morning, which, I mean, looking at the conditions now, it looks like we might be done for the day. What do you make of this weather?
That wouldn't be such a bad thing because tomorrow looks pretty windy, so I think we might have 2 more races tomorrow.
Okay, this is the final we did today, so elimination number 6. Good start from Pierre Mortefond, and you just smoke him.
Yeah, with Johan, who just broke the line, mid of the line. We had a really, really good start. And we came down, and Amado was in middle and had a really good comeback on Pierre.
Yeah, it got very close actually between Amado on the red sail and Pierre obviously on the white duotone in a minute.
And then now the gust is coming, and we have a bit tighter in goal at the bottom, so able to push more. And with Johan, we are a bit like keeping it a bit safe because we had to go down with a big gust coming down.
can get a bit scary.
And it was a bit scary, so we were just keeping it safe. Then Johan began to jibe. Amado's inside.
Look at this. Look at this.
We were just jibe like 3-4 times already. And I don't know who is in the right way or wrong. I think that's
just tight racing, isn't it?
Yeah, just tight racing. It's just
that's what I kind of thought as well. It was interesting to see that.
This race on port was just so tricky. I done 5.5 for 75 on this one, so same gear as the others. And
it was getting a bit fruity.
Look at Nico at the bottom.
Yeah, exactly.
And
why was this one tricky? Because Nico, you could see, he's moving all over the place.
Basically, there is a bit of swell coming from, let's say, a bit like in front, but a bit below.
Okay.
So we have this swell plus a chop, which is making the foils move a lot from a chop to another, from a swell to another, and so it's making the foil bend, which is making really, really hard to control. Harder to control that when it's side and everything.
Because it's not as direct.
No, there is two swell chops at the same time, which is making it really, really tricky.
Okay.
And on starboard, we have to be pushing and we have to read the swell, but it's not that hard. But on port, it's just like a nightmare.
Okay.
It's scary.
Because you got
really
chop from one angle and swell from another.
Exactly.
Okay,
and the swell is coming from, like, in front, below.
Okay. Wow.
So
yeah, so it's pushing a weird direction when you're pushing against it, kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So it's really weird. It's not something I've met ever in another place, unfortunately.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's a straight. It makes for some interesting racing here.
Yeah.
I mean, you were looking so comfortable.
Yeah, this
at
jibe,
this
I was
point.
super happy. I had a really, really good jibe. I was having a good lead on port. I knew that Johan might come back a bit, but it didn't really. He was at constant distance.
Yeah.
And then we'll see.
Then we will see, exactly. Because in the commentary, I'm always saying it, but you look so comfortable.
That's Daniele pushing on the back.
Yeah.
Wow. Daniele also is improving a lot. He's there.
Benetti, as I probably would know because I've been calling, but Daniele,
yeah.
Okay, so last jibe.
Jibe, I mean, did a small touchdown, but clean. Like, just clean, had to margin. And then coming out, I took the swell, and the foot of the sail went into the strap and grabbed my board. And so I just
I just saw it then because I heard you talk about it earlier, and I was just watching then, and I see it got caught on the bottom side of that strap.
Exactly.
And it blocks then, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Okay. We'll have another look at that in a minute. Well, maybe I'll have a rewind, but that'll be interesting to see that slow-mo just to see exactly what happens.
Yeah. And then there was a massive fight between Matteo, Daniele and Pierre.
I thought at this point Matteo had got him actually, but I think he came back to get it.
Yeah, Daniele went down, and Matteo told me he was in the wind shadow of Pierre, so he couldn't get in their speed anymore. And as the pin is a bit, it's a bit pin forward at the finish line.
You can't see it from that angle, but Benetti got that.
And then we had a so good fight with Amado as well on the finish line for 6 and 7. So
and you never know, that is a counting position for you, isn't it?
Yeah,
so every place you got
1 point is a point. There's no such thing as it's a bad race, I don't care doing 6 or 8. It does count.
Because you've got 2 9ths.
Yeah, but anyway,
so you've got to discard it.
And still, 6 is a winner final. It's not that bad. So
yeah.
I mean, like, to be going for a podium or first place, it's anyways interesting.
Yeah. Well, we'll have a look at the replays from that race, but again, it's super interesting to have you talking it through because, and also when we were watching it, I really didn't expect you to go down, and then when we watched it back and we watched it back again, Maciek was obviously not had a good day on the water. He's had a couple of bad ones now, and it's
I think so far he had 3 loser final and not good loser finals.
Yeah.
So not amazing.
And what do you make of Enrico Moratti after Pozo? Have you heard much talk? Have you talked with him?
Yeah, we've been talking a bit. He's obviously frustrated. He's not happy about his racing. Yeah, so the start. And Matteo had a bad start.
Yeah, that was that Amado and Pierre just hitting together, just like bumper cars in the middle. And this was that, like you say, that really tight jibe with the beast.
He could have saved it, but then coming out of it, it's just like,
Yeah.
And look at Pierre, he just passed so close to the
He's lucky, to go round.
Wow, the second jibe was interesting. With Daniele getting on the side of Nico.
Yeah, that was solid, that was. That was super solid. Oof. think this is where we lost someone, did we? Well, no, that was a decent jibe from Matteo.
Yeah.
And here's
then the foot of the sail coming in the strap, and no, bah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you see it there, the foot of the sail stuck on the strap. You're trying to pull it, and at the same time your board starts...
Gradually took some roll.
Yeah.
And the one roll, and it was over.
But
and
you've made it exciting, I have to say, because now we're looking at the results.
Yeah, it's exciting, but I mean...
It's really interesting. Johan is now leading.
Yeah.
You know, how old is he, 19?
I think 19, 20.
Yeah, 19, 20. I think he's nearly 20, but 19 maybe at the moment. I mean, he's at the top. But we know second discard comes in after 7, which is what we're on now. So you'll get to discard a 9, which means you'll be 8.1, let's say.
Yeah.
Johan discards a 4. He'll be 8.7.
Yeah.
So who beats who, as long as you're in the top 4, let's say, would be leading in the next elimination.
Yeah, exactly.
So if that's how it starts off tomorrow, it's a hell of a way to start tomorrow. And then it's super tight, you know. Vrieswijk, Giacchino, Mortefon. You know, we know it anyway, but Giacchino and Mortefon, super consistent.
The week is still long, and also like we might see some stronger wind tomorrow.
Yeah,
I hope so. It would be nice, really nice to see some fin actions.
Yeah,
and I wouldn't be surprised to see Matteo or Pierre fighting on the fin tomorrow for a win or 2.
Are you thinking it's going to be windy tomorrow?
I'm not sure, because here you never exactly know what's going to happen. Like we couldn't know that right now there would be like some east wind kicking in.
Yeah.
But forecasts are saying it for a few days now, and it might be stronger.
Okay.
It's always tricky to say, but I feel like there is some.
And you think the foil the fin can still do some damage? How windy do you think we need it?
I think that over 35.
Okay, so
average,
proper
30,
the boys
average.
On 5.5 type thing.
Yesterday I would say the wind was 25 knots average, a good solid 25 average. And thing is, it's hard because here the gusts are just kicking in, and I really like moving direction, and from the bottom of the sail to the top of the sail you can have a variation of direction in the wind.
Okay.
And so it's pushing your boat up and down all the time, so it's really hard to manage on the foil.
So that's why we're seeing those kind of explosions.
Yeah,
let's say.
I would say that in some like more constant wind, maybe in Almanar with east wind, it could be even further into the range of wind.
Okay.
But here I would say that on the fin you can control it better, so the fin could be in front earlier.
Okay.
So
and 35 knots is pretty usual here. It's not like it's not like a freaky wind.
So far we are having a small forte.
Yeah. True.
So
true.
If we can have 2 big day to end it and to take out the 3-7, could be nice.
Is that what you've got? Smallest one?
Yeah, I got 3-7 under that. So
yes, we want to see him on a 3-7. Surely want to see him on a 3-7.
Could be really fun, yeah. I would love it.
Okay, well, cool, man. You never know. We might not be finished today. It looks like we are, but this place is weird. It can change like very fast.
4:20.
It's quite late, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to happen, but let's see. Let's see.
Taking a half day off could be fair.
Yeah,
because
I think everyone needs a bit of a break.
Yeah, and also burning on the beach for the whole day is not so fun.
Yeah.
It's better to be in water.
I mean, they do that in the Olympic classes. They have a lay day in the middle of a competition, don't they? Not anymore.
Not always. Just on really big ones where there's many classes at the same time and they need to manage it. But most of the time we just do it straight. We do 5 days of competition, 1 of middle race.
Okay.
That's classic.
Okay. All right, man. Well, cheers for joining us.
Thank you
Good
very
luck
much.
in the next couple of days. Nicholas Goya, we're going to be hearing from him in the next couple of days, no doubt about it. We're going to take, I think, a bit of a break now. If the wind does come back, if it comes back, we'll be straight on to give you the live action. But for now, that is it for the live stream. So see you in a bit.
Un gesto puede despertar tu felicidad. Podemos sentir amor a través de una fragancia. Un pequeño detalle tiene un valor incalculable. ¿Y si pudiéramos despertar el alma de las cosas poniendo toda nuestra pasión, todos nuestros sentimientos en ello? Bienvenido al lugar donde todo tiene alma. Meliá Hotels and Resorts. Soul Matters.
Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. We offer the latest rental gear. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
I have a secret. Beaches, beaches, and more beaches. Wild and unspoiled nature. Experiences. Sensations. Stories. Taste. Fuerteventura is my secret. Shh.
Here, everything is designed with you in mind. From our distinctive private areas to our most privileged suites. where light and colours evoke a distinctive sense of peace. Step into another world with the level. Book now, melia.com.
Olvídate del reloj. En esta isla no hay plazos, sino momentos. Esta es la isla de los horizontes. Y tu única tarea, coleccionar atardeceres, pasar tiempo con los tuyos, contar estrellas fugaces. Puedes estar aquí en un instante y saborear la quietud de sus días. Llenar esos días de historia. Un cielo azul sin límites, donde el mar es puerta y no barrera, que guía tus pasos a lugares recónditos, siguiendo el arrullo de las olas. Haz las maletas. La isla quiere que vuelvas. Fuerteventura, abierto todo el año.
The Fuerteventura World Cup looks back on a long tradition. World speed records in windsurfing have been set. Legendary slalom races held. And freestyle world champions have been crowned. In kiteboarding, we have seen hang time records. We have seen incredible strapless tricks. As well as exhilarating kiteboarding freestyle world championships. And just like the sporting part of the event, the evening parties have become legendary. For the 35th anniversary, windsurfers will compete in the disciplines of freestyle and slalom, with men and women alike as part of the PWA World Tour. For the first time, the wingfoilers of the GWA World Tour will carry out their competitions at the Fuerteventura World Cup. They will also compete in two disciplines, free fly slalom and surf freestyle.
Un gesto puede despertar tu felicidad. Podemos sentir amor a través de una fragancia. Un pequeño detalle tiene un valor incalculable. ¿Y si pudiéramos despertar el alma de las cosas poniendo toda nuestra pasión, todos nuestros sentimientos en ello? Bienvenido al lugar donde todo tiene alma. Meliá Hotels and Resorts. Soul Matters.
Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. We offer the latest rental gear. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
I had a secret. Beaches, beaches, and more beaches. Wild and unspoiled nature. Experiences. Sensations. Stories. Taste. Fuerteventura is my secret. Shh.
Here, everything is designed with you in mind. From our distinctive private areas, to our most privileged suites, where light and colours evoke a distinctive sense of peace. Step into another world with The Level. Book now, melia.com.
Olvídate del reloj. En esta isla no hay plazos, sino momentos. Esta es la isla de los horizontes. Y tu única tarea, coleccionar atardeceres, pasar tiempo con los tuyos, contar estrellas fugaces. Puedes estar aquí en un instante y saborear la quietud de sus días. Llenar esos días de historia. Un cielo azul sin límites, donde el mar es puerta y no barrera, que guía tus pasos a lugares recónditos, siguiendo el arrullo de las olas. Haz las maletas. La isla quiere que vuelvas. Fuerteventura, abierto todo el año.
The Fuerteventura World Cup looks back on a long tradition. World speed records in windsurfing have been set. Legendary slalom races held. And freestyle world champions have been crowned. In kiteboarding, we have seen hang time records. We have seen incredible strapless tricks. As well as exhilarating kiteboarding freestyle world championships. And just like the sporting part of the event, the evening parties have become legendary. For the 35th anniversary, windsurfers will compete in the disciplines of freestyle and slalom, with men and women alike as part of the PWA World Tour. For the first time, the wingfoilers of the GWA World Tour will carry out their competitions at the Fuerteventura World Cup. They will also compete in two disciplines, free fly slalom and surf freestyle.
Un gesto puede despertar tu felicidad. Podemos sentir amor a través de una fragancia. Un pequeño detalle tiene un valor incalculable. ¿Y si pudiéramos despertar el alma de las cosas poniendo toda nuestra pasión, todos nuestros sentimientos en ello? Bienvenido al lugar donde todo tiene alma. Meliá Hotels and Resorts. Soul Matters.
Welcome to Sotavento. It's the ultimate water sports playground with loads of space for everybody. We offer the latest rental gear. Our professional courses will help you improve your style and riding technique. And with the hotels nearby, it's only a few meters from the bed to the board. Come and enjoy our water sports paradise.
I had a secret. Beaches, beaches, and more beaches. Wild and unspoiled nature. Experiences. Sensations. Stories. Taste. Fuerteventura is my secret. Shh.
Here, everything is designed with you in mind. From our distinctive private areas to our most privileged suites, where light and colours evoke a distinctive sense of peace. Step into another world with The Level. Book now, melia.com.
Olvídate del reloj. En esta isla no hay plazos, sino momentos. Esta es la isla de los horizontes. Y tu única tarea, coleccionar atardeceres, pasar tiempo con los tuyos, contar estrellas fugaces. Puedes estar aquí en un instante y saborear la quietud de sus días. Llenar esos días de historia. Un cielo azul sin límites, donde el mar es puerta y no barrera, que guía tus pasos a lugares recónditos, siguiendo el arrullo de las olas. Haz las maletas. La isla quiere que vuelvas. Fuerteventura, abierto todo el año.
The Fuerteventura World Cup looks back on a long tradition. World speed records in windsurfing have been set. Legendary slalom races held. And freestyle world champions have been crowned. In kiteboarding, we have seen hang time records. We have seen incredible strapless tricks. As well as exhilarating kiteboarding freestyle world championships. And just like the sporting part of the event, the evening parties have become legendary. For the 35th anniversary, windsurfers will compete in the disciplines of freestyle and slalom, with men and women alike as part of the PWA World Tour. For the first time, the wingfoilers of the GWA World Tour will carry out their competitions at the Fuerteventura World Cup. They will also compete in two disciplines, free fly slalom and surf freestyle.
So there we go. That is it for the day. Unfortunately, we've just heard from the committee boat that will be it. The wind did not come back, unfortunately. It started to come back, but with time ticking on, 5 o'clock local time, and the safety crews have to be out of here pretty soon, that will be it. But don't let that detract you from what we've already done today. We had one elimination in the men, and it was a pretty epic elimination. The final, in the end, was won by Johan So. Johan So, aka The Beast, 19 years old from Denmark, now leads this competition here in Fuerteventura. There he is at the top of the tree, 12.7 points. Nicholas Goya, 17.1. Vrieswijk in third with 23 points, and then obviously Aquino and Mortfon just behind, 25 and 27. Bad day on the water for Rakowski. But if you go back up to the top, Johan So and Goya, there's quite a few points separate, 5 points nearly. But we do have another discard coming in when we get a next elimination. So when that next elimination comes in, elimination number 7, another discard comes in. Goya discards a 9th, Johan discards a 4, and then they are neck and neck. So it is so close at the top. That's not to say Vrieswijk can't come back, Aquino, Mortfon, but I think they are fighting for the podium places right now. This is day number 3. We've got 2 more days of action. No action from the women today, but by all accounts, speaking to Nico Goya earlier, he seems to think tomorrow could be an absolute banger. So the women will be definitely on tomorrow. At the moment, Offringa leading by some way, 6.2 points, got a massive lead over second place rider Mortfon. But then if you look at the points, 18.7, 19.7, 19.7, Mortfon, Lametiere and Alabao are 1 point between them for the podium places. Gibson just behind. If we have a windy day tomorrow, Gibson could definitely challenge for those podium places. It is definitely all to play for in the women's fleet, and Offringa needs to keep her head together. She's got not much else to prove, and if we have wind tomorrow, she'll be expected to put this competition to bed. They have a maximum of 15 races in the 5 days, and they are already, I think, on 9. So they're already up there. They were talking about 2 a day. There's not been any today, so we might go back to what we were at before. So keep your eyes on that. The scene is set. Tomorrow is forecast to come in hot. Let's hope it does. So thanks for joining us today for all the epic action that the sailors have been providing, the amazing work on the live stream. The guys are doing an epic job, and we have got the perfect venue for crazy slalom racing. Join us tomorrow, day number 4, and we'll see how it plays out.